It's time to talk about my least favorite thing. Oh my god. You know, I never really paid attention to Buffalo, New fucking York. Like, ever. But now it's like my least favorite city to talk about. Now, how's everybody doing today? Excuse me. Now, let me grab these two super chats real quick before we start. Mercenary, seriously, Lumi needs to know where you got the song. I need it to be great for my walks to listen to. This is my song that I got from a musician about a year and a half ago. It sucks. He no longer does commission work for songs, but I was very lucky to get this one from him. No one tired gamer, school day, time to be school, get your kids out of public schools. Exactly. Public schools fucking suck, especially in like larger cities and shit. I don't lose more faith in the system. Oh my god. It's like I don't like public schools in like larger cities and everything. Like the ones near me is like phenomenal. I love the schools in my area. It's great. Hi Mechanicus. Can't stay long, got a dying kitty send of oh. Give the kitty a kiss for me. Give the kitty a kiss for me, and I hope you're doing okay, Mechanicus. Don't worry, you just won't hate Buffalo ISD after this. Ugh. Lumi, you're a mouse? Yes. Hello, David, how are you? I'm just about okay, did some room cleaning. Oh, very good. I got some room cleaning to do after stream. Just get out of the big cities. Yeah, all public schools are suspects since they all subscribe to the same systems. Doesn't matter the state at this point. She's 21. I was there when she was born. I'll be there when she. Oh. I had a cat when I was younger that lived to the age of like 21, 22. She was around before I was born, and she passed away when I was a teenager. I miss that baby. Hi Tanner, oh sure, LumLum. You'll pay for music and use it all the time online, but when I'm making mountains of free music, you won't give it a second glance. I listen to all of your music in my free time. I have it downloaded and I just listen to it. I love your music. I just forget. And also because I already have this as a asset on OBS. Say it's well that you have functioning public educational system better than a whole lot of countries. I mean, it's like one benefit of the schools in my area is that I have family that work in the schools. And so, you know, kind of good to have some eyes on the inside and all that. Family works in school, they know they know all the good people that are in there. Usually know who to avoid as well. I disappear in the middle of the stream. I'm sick and eepy. Magma, stop being sick. You're sick like every other week. Stop that. But anyways, I'm sure you guys have already noticed what exactly we will be talking about today. And it's the update on some of the stuff that the Unsubscribed podcast and Angry Cops has gotten from teachers and other people that are involved in the Buffalo public school system. They got a big binder full of lots of evidence that is only growing. Oh, and it's beautiful. I listened to part of the podcast and I was angry. And I can't wait to rewatch that part and talk about the rest with you guys. But I just love this. Be the bigger bully. I love the bad bitch mug and I love the bad bitch shirt. Oh, It's beautiful. Hi, LumLum, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I got to eat some food before I started. I'm gonna be yapping about this for a couple hours. Probably like 3 to 4 hours. And then I got some cleaning to do. Nick is my hero. Oh, Nick is great. Watch the thing, alright, I'll say that. You're gonna... yeah. Say public education in my country is too overcrowded. More than 100 students per class, and the teachers are severely underpaid. Jesus Christ. You purchase a bad bitch merch on Bunker Branding. Okay. Well, I know what shirt I'm getting next. But before we get into the podcast, I have a whole bookmark folder of whenever I see anything get updated for the podcast and everything. And it's funny because let's see, when did we watch? Okay, no, we read that one. All right. So I believe when we last talked about this, it was in the beginning of May. And then we I just added to the folder since then. So anyways, let's start from May 9th. May have already read this before, but I'll read it again because I remember reading this one specifically last time. Lumi with the freaking receipts. I mean, hey, you gotta thank the fat electrician, Tom, Knight, and angry cops, all of them. I just pressed the fancy bookmark folder icon. That's it. Anyways, Tom Knighton says, just got off the phone with that electrician, like Rich, hell of a nice guy. And despite a chat with a nice guy, I'm fucking furious. Buffalo Schools, I sincerely hope you guys start stepping up and doing the right thing for a change, because none of us are stopping, ever. And again, this is on May 9th. Also on May 9th, watching Unsubscribe Cast, and now finding out that fat electrician has an interview with a teacher about a kid who got knocked out, and 2 EMTs who reported to the call of 2 kids getting THC edibles by a teacher and got stonewalled. And this I know is in the video as well. And then this we'll watch as well. Buffalo School Board meetings are absolutely insane. Teacher, kids are bringing knives through this unsecured door. Admin, ignores it. Student, gets stabbed. Teacher, I told you this would happen. Admin, no you didn't. That one is fucking... Okay, this is only like 3 minutes. Let me know how the audio level is on the YouTube side, and I'll adjust if needed.
Chair of Riverside High School. I've worked there my entire career.
Hold on, why is it on system? Hold on. Okay, no, Brave's on browser. Why is OBS on? Hold on. Need to fix my... No. OBS goes in system. There we go.
The delegate chair, I speak on behalf of the teachers. I'm here to protect their safety and the students' safety. Number one, this is the most horrible forum to have this conversation. I have 3 minutes to speak, which is nothing. When you respond back, even if you give misinformation, I cannot correct it. I've been begging people to come into Riverside for literally a decade and a half. And to be clear, I'm going to go around. Mr. Hurd, I know you come into Riverside, you're the athletic liaison. And we appreciate that, but that's not what I'm talking about. The one time I did see you in the building, I told you I found a gigantic knife in my classroom. Board Member McCosey, it's your building in your district. You've made several commitments to come in, which you haven't honored. I appreciate it. That David Hill, I asked you in front of David Hills. Whatever.
Okay, please respond. I'm sorry, point of order. I did not.
It's like, okay, I don't know what it is, but I haven't seen this on only just the Buffalo School Board when it comes to admins listening to things, and they just sound like they do not give a shit whatsoever. They are tired that they have to be there. They hate they have to be there. And especially since they have eyes on them now, it's just a giant inconvenience for all of them. I don't know why. But Jesus fucking Christ.
Not have a conversation with you about it, Knife. Thank you.
That's completely not true, and that's completely not true. This is what I mean. Superintendent, you said you would come in at the May board meeting last year at Olmsted. You never honored your commitment. I just want to be clear that all the time we spend here in this fantasy land world, when students at Riverside are getting stabbed, there's fights there every single day. 911 is called on a regular basis, and no one has even come into the school and had a meeting like this and talked to parents and talked to teachers and talked to our students and said, how can we protect? Excuse me, this is my time. This is my time, sir.
Good on him. I fucking love this man. But it's like, okay, I'll give this as comparison on how my school handles things. No, we never had anyone get stabbed. We've had fights every once in a while, but those are just little scuffles compared to what we see in New York. We had, like, there was one girl that committed suicide. And it was somebody that was rather well known in the school. And the school took the time to gather all the students into the auditorium, get some mental health professionals, and just start talking about, like, you know, how suicide can impact people, impact the community around them. There was, like, a whole ass presentations of other people who, like, tried to take their own life as teenagers, but, you know, either failed or changed their mind, and now that they're adults, they talk about their experiences. It's like, I know a proactive school and a proactive school system is unfortunately very rare now. Like, depressingly rare. And it's just, I don't know, hearing admins and teachers, well, obviously not this teacher, he obviously cares a lot, but the higher ups at school boards not giving a shit is just depressing as hell. Think a good indicator is if the administrators let their children go to the school? Yeah. What is this about now? We are looking at updates and more recent things that have happened in the Buffalo school system. We are going through my Twitter bookmarks, and then we are going to be watching the new Unsubscribe podcast episode. Junior, a dickhead, threw a weight at me, so they put foam wraps on the weights that would not, like, that would do anything. They're union, they don't care or try to care. See, this is why I'm happy that, like, I've never been in a union. I don't trust unions. Especially after seeing, like, how much money union leads make. How much nice shit that they have, and then the, you know, everyday workers and stuff are just still scraping by and having to pay their union dues. Ugh. Let me ask yourself, do any of these people have children of their own? These people don't have children of their own. Yeah, honestly. Seriously don't know how they're getting away with the blatant breaking of mandated reporter laws. I don't know. It's like, okay. As much as I love the show Law and Order SVU, it makes the New York police and just, like, mandated reporters and everything seem like they constantly do a good job. They don't. Shall be in prison? Yeah. Unions are important for, like, coal miners. Unions are dog shit for teachers. Yeah. It's like, unions should only be for very specific things. Like, you know, labor workers such as coal miners, people who work on oil rigs, fucking, um, large commercial, like, shipping people and stuff like that. Things that, like, the everyday man would just absolutely get lost in. But not for teachers, not for, grocery store workers, not for warehouse work. Well, depends on the warehouse, honestly. But it's like if you're working for, like, in a steel mill, probably, because, oh boy, do those people like to screw you over. Government unions should be illegal? Yeah, I agree. The only good union is the ones for high risk jobs? Yeah. Ugh, I don't know. It's like unions are just like an all around bad thing if it's for just everyday jobs. I do hate how realist to the point they make at the end is that stuff like this isn't limited to school district. Yeah. Kroger tried so hard to get you into their union when you were working as a teen in the liquor store. It was dumb. Jeez. Hello, Ratfish. Hi, Dust Rat. How are you? Does the work pose a serious risk to life and safety? Yes, then union. If no, then no union. You know what? That's a good way to sum it up. Unions should be temporary. They get bad when they start finding ways to justify their own existence. Yeah. Alright, let's continue.
Receive more time, but
This is my time, sir.
If you would have came to me and told me a situation about a knife, at that point, I would have called the authorities and took the proper action with the
Okay,
You know what you asked
Mr.
me?
Hurd,
I can refresh your
Mr.
memory
Hurd,
if you want.
Mr. Hurd, Mr. Hurd, the speaker has the floor.
I told you about the knife.
The speaker has the floor.
Thank you. I filed a grievance 19 months ago, and it was very detailed. In that grievance, I talked about how a student brought a knife from the side door. It's written in the grievance, which I sent to you all. Guess what? The student who, the non-student who stabbed the student in our school, guess what door they came in? That same door. And they were in the building that day, and no one even told us. The DA had to tell us on the news. We had to do our own investigation. So there's a student with most likely a weapon in our building, and no one's sharing that with us. I'm gonna say this. This district has done nothing, and I told you, what's it gonna take? Someone getting stabbed or shot to have someone come in the building? And that's exactly what it takes, because no one has lifted a finger for security at Riverside High School. It's a dog and pony show every single time. You send in people for a week, it disappears, and then it's a disaster again. These kids and these teachers deserve better. And if you can't do the job, then all of you should have the dignity to resign and let someone else do it.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno.
You already know he was put on leave. He was put on leave or straight up fired after this. I wouldn't be fucking surprised. Oh, Jordan, thank you for being a member. I think the term you're looking for with overseas shipping is longshoreman. Yes, that one. I hope this man did not get fired. Let's watch till the end, just in case. Is it just clapping?
Thank you, and I will reserve my comment about who should resign in the future.
Julia. Oh, look, Archie's live. Alright. And that one. May 12th, post by Angry Cops. John Flynn is an attention-seeking whore who only emerges from his dung heap to feverishly masturbate in front of local news. A cover-up by the Buffalo School District under my watch, Flynn said. I categorically deny that is not true. And then 5/16/2023 was under your watch. Oh, right, this one. I remember this. Ah! Fuck you, BuffaloNews.com. Give me a second. Are you under archive.vn? Oh, sexy. Okay. More than a year removed from his role as Erie County's district attorney, John J. Flynn has still followed the recent accusations against Buffalo Public Schools and law enforcement by Buffalo Police Detective Richard High. Flynn is skeptical of High's claims. He takes exception to the implication that his office was involved in any cover-ups involving crimes against children or knew about any. On the Unsubscribed podcast, High accused the school district of obscuring investigations by the district attorney's office. In an interview Friday, the former top prosecutor in the county noted that High's accusation of years of cover-ups concerning crimes involving school children would imply that Flynn was involved, or at least aware of the wrongdoing. Flynn strongly denied the claims High made on the podcast. He cautioned that sometimes a slow, deliberate process does not mean that an investigation is being stonewalled. He said the Buffalo School District had always been cooperative with law enforcement. Yeah, okay. The first narrative is that this has been going on for years. For years and years there's been a cover-up by the Buffalo School District and tangentially in law enforcement as well, which would fall under my watch, Flynn said. That I categorically deny that narrative is not true. The former district attorney, who now works for Buffalo law firm Lipis Matthias, explained that schools in their nature and by design protect the information of their students, the overwhelmingly majority of whom are minors. I mean, I fucking hope most of them are minors. That can add extra steps and significantly slow evidence collection, he said, which might seem laborious for police detectives eager to move an investigation forward. Does law enforcement over the years get frustrated with that kind of mantra? Flynn said about student identity protections. Yeah, sometimes, but at the end of the day, we always worked it out. School 59 incident proof of a cover-up. One focus of High's claims was a February incident inside the Dr. Charles R. Drew Science Magnet School 59, which shares a building with the Buffalo Museum of Science. Illinois native Shane K. Cronin was originally charged with felony burglary and misdemeanor assault charges after he entered the elementary school from the museum through an adjoining door, approached a young student, and when an administrator intervened, punched and shoved the assistant principal to the ground, according to the Erie County DA's office. How the fuck is that only a misdemeanor? On the April 26 podcast, High said he is a detective on the case and noted that the incident was much more severe than what was reported immediately following the arrest. High claimed Cronin grabbed a young female child and a male child and tried to leave, and that the school district had not reported an abduction attempt, did not disclose the second child was involved, failed to tell the second child's parents of the attempted abduction, and later deleted video of the incident. The second child's experience put him over the edge, said High, who had been hailed on social media as a whistleblower. A spokesperson for the Buffalo Police Department has not responded to several messages requesting a response to High's claims and asking if the accusations on the podcast have impacted High's status at the department. A grand jury indicted. I think that's the word. Cronin last week on more serious charges, including second-degree attempted kidnapping and attempted luring of a child to commit a felony, which support High's claims of an attempted abduction. The kidnapping and luring charges involved only one student, said the DA's office, now headed by Michael Kane. Flynn, who is not involved in this case, cautioned the public against assuming that new charges reported 3 months after the incident indicate an internal cover-up or suppression of evidence by Buffalo schools. Flynn said he saw charges escalate from initial arrest to grand jury indictment to more than 100 times in his 8 years as district attorney, an office he held from 2017 to 2024. That is because after the initial arrest, more evidence is gathered by prosecutors, for which Buffalo Police Department and the District Attorney's Office work in tandem. Present the case to a grand jury, Flynn said. The grand jury then determines whether the person under investigation should be formally charged with the crime. Flynn added that the public should not believe more severe charges came to light due to public pressure driven by the 2 podcast episodes, which approached 2.5 million views in total on YouTube. That's just simply not true, Flynn said. The former DA said the process to gather evidence begins immediately after the initial arrest. Alright, let me look at comments before I move on. But big cases are hard, Buffalo DA, honestly. Pretty typical. Governments are always more interested in protecting themselves than helping the people they're supposed to. Yeah. Ugh. It's like, okay, but you have to see what people mean. It's like, okay, but it's just this little itty bitty crime, guys. And then as soon as the podcast comes out and it's like, oh, nope, this isn't just an itty bitty little crime, guys. Oh no, it's a felony. Okay, like, it can't just be due process. Because I'm sure it would have escalated to a felony maybe a little sooner. But maybe it took a little longer because you deleted the fucking video of an attempted fucking kidnapping. Notice how he kept going off on me instead of procedure and the kids? Honestly. I think I missed some chupas. Mercenary Razor Fist has family who work in schools with stories. My mom was a teacher's assistant. She heard things. And hello, Ava. Thanks for covering this. No problem. I've been watching this for, like, since it started getting talked about on Twitter. How bye. Can these guys be sued to the ground and replaced? They talk about that a bit on the podcast. And honestly, these people have too much money for, like, one person to sue them. If anything, it would have to take, like, almost a class action lawsuit at this point. That dude is charged with small crime because the school downplayed the severity of the crime. But LumLum, fight crime is hard. You can't pocket the money. I know. Producer, the scumbag works at the law firm that's providing coverage for the school and union, if I remember correctly. Yeah. What happened? Buffalo covered up attempted kidnapping? Buffalo public school system did, yeah. I did cover the first bit of this in a previous podcast a few weeks ago. We are covering the updates today. Yeah, 2 kidnappings. 2 attempted kidnappings. Through an elementary school. Because they don't know how to lock the fucking doors. It's ridiculous. Oh, hold on a second. Answer my shit. Hold on. Hello, LumLum. Just finished stuff you had to do. What I miss? Didn't miss too much. Just me yapping and me now reading this. We haven't started the new podcast episode yet. Could have been worse. They could have called someone the N-word. Alright. Let me continue reading. Let me get a drink real quick. Delicious. What's slowing things down? As a father, Flynn said, he understands the purpose of protecting minors and why police investigators and prosecutors might have to jump through extra hoops. to procure information that may be easily and quickly accessed in a case that involves an adult. Schools have an overriding concern of protecting the children and protecting information and the identity of children who are directly involved or tangentially involved in any type of incident, Flynn said. The public needs to understand that, and as a father of 5 children, I appreciate that they have that kind of mentality of first and foremost protecting their students. Okay, that conversation with the school board really sounded like they were on top of it. 19 months. 19 months to get a door locked and have guards posted. It just took a student getting stabbed. Ugh. Flynn explained the process necessary to gather and submit evidence in an incident involving a minor. Since 2018 and 2019, the DA's office has not prosecuted felony case against 16 and 17-year-old offenders, which were moved primarily to family court unless the subjects were charged with serious violent crimes, like the School 59 case. However, many criminal cases involving schools do not feature an adolescent offender, but students may still be involved in the investigation. In school incidents, assistant district attorneys might issue subpoenas for physical evidence, and Buffalo police detectives might access the myriad reports and conduct further interviews. Those efforts often require cooperation with the district's legal department and the school principal. In Flynn's experience, the lawyers and building administrators have not been obstructive, which runs against High's claims. I had a great relationship with the Buffalo Public School District, especially with the legal office, Flynn said. They always worked well with our office over the years. Simply interviewing a student requires more than just the contact information for the family, parental permission, and correct address, all of which may stall the process. Okay, with contact information and the address, that should all be in the school records. It's like, I know it's not super simple of, hey, can I call this parent? Oh yeah, sure, here you go. I get it. But they shouldn't be dragging their feet along the whole process either. Because teachers and administrators can set up a parent meeting for literally any reason. Oh, your kid is being loud and annoying in class. Can he come to my office at 4:30 p.m. on Friday? Please and thank you. You would think if it's something absolutely egregious, you'd want to speed up that process a little bit. Law enforcement has to explain to the powers that be within the school district, here's the reason why it's important we talk to this kid or get this information, Flynn said. Excuse me. No, I think it's more important to get things figured out right away rather than, hey, Mr. and Miss Superintendent, is it okay if I do this? I know it was probably your cousin that stabbed the student, but I need to talk to the family so I can get a statement. Or, you know, on the other hand, hey, Mr. or Miss, Secretary or Superintendent, I know that the student was stabbed by someone who is potentially illegal here, and I know that it would look really bad on us. Can I talk to them? No? Okay. Okay. Flynn said he had less first-hand experience with how video is collected of a specific school incident. That was usually handled by assistant district attorneys. Flynn could not speak to the video in the School 59 case, but he did not believe there was prior situations where the school officials deleted video. I can't remember in almost 8 years the time when someone came to me saying, "We are having a hard time getting video," Flynn said, not only in Buffalo, but any school district. When the district attorney's office has video of an incident involving a minor, it must redact or black out the faces of children in the video who are not relevant in the case before sharing the evidence with defense attorneys, Flynn said. If it's a fight involving 2 students in which 50 are watching, that can be a more complicated task. The DA's office under Flynn did not share the names of minors and tried to avoid clues that could identify the person. The fear is someone could maybe track this person down, he said. In the School 59 incident, Flynn said it appears as though the process was worked out as intended. Okay, whatever, sir. If I had to jump through a couple more hoops to get whatever evidence that he needed, then so be it. What? Flynn said dealing with kids and protecting the identity of minors have to jump through a couple extra hoops. In this case right here, I think it got worked out. Yeah, the school deleted a video and then somebody had the bright idea of, I think I should record this. Hate it. Oh yeah, there's that one. And then Angry Cops. I chose Paulette Woods. This is her at one of the board meetings, responding to someone's concerns about the school. Watch it below. Is the video in the comments? Please tell me the video's in the comments. Oh, fuck yeah!
His best self project.
Oh, okay. Who's the one that we have to... That one in her kitchen. This one. Paulette Woods. Okay. I think this is gonna be fun. Hi, Devian. How are you? We are getting updated on the Buffalo Public School stuff. I hate it here. I fucking hate it. I hate this so much. Alright. Oh no, it's Paulette Woods. Because look at City Hall room 807. That's up top. Sharon whatever Cotman. That's her. Paulette Woods. That's her. Is LumLum in New York? Oh, fuck no. Fuck no. I would never be in New York. Alright, let's get this going.
Good. I spoke at a community meeting. I spoke once again at...
That was all this that we discussed could have been discussed when the resolution...
Oh yeah, she's drinking fucking wine in the middle of this too. I thought you shouldn't be drinking alcohol when you're in the middle of some work stuff. I don't think you're supposed to be drinking while you're doing work stuff.
is on the table. That was my assumption. And even red was where I realized that there's some things going on. The reason I did not communicate with you since we're
I have additional conversation about it. I always welcome additional conversation.
Okay, we can't hear her. But did she really just say, shut the fuck up, bitch? Hold on. Watch her.
I always welcome additional conversation.
We already settled we were going to have no reason to...
Wow. She's really saying, shut the fuck up, bitch. Multiple times while flipping off the fucking camera. Okay, I think the alcohol really hit her. The silly juice hit her a little too hard.
Bring it up again in another conversation.
We have a board member that's giving people the middle finger on a screen.
Sorry? What?
There was a board member that was just swearing and giving the middle finger to everybody on the screen.
I have additional conversation about it. I always welcome additional conversation.
We already settled we were going to have no reason to bring it up again in another conversation.
We have a board member that's giving people the middle finger on a screen.
Sorry? What?
There was a board member that was just swearing and giving the middle finger to.
See, she's seen it. Everyone else here is ignoring it except for him and her.
Everybody on the screen.
This meeting. Can we please call this meeting?
Jeez. Oh, hi, Angry Cops. There he is. Oh, man. Oh, that's just funny. I hope she was dismissed. Did I already read this one? Is this the same one as before? Hold on. Did I already read this one? Nope, that one's new. Okay. Then Tom Knighton again. Says former Erie County DA John Flynn went after angry cops. He shouldn't have done that because he looks sketchy as hell to me. Shut up. I don't think she was just... Boo! Why do I get the feeling she'll face no repercussions from this? I'll give you 2 reasons. You could probably guess what they are. Anyways. Former Buffalo DA claims school's cooperative, but is he trustworthy on this? Yep, that's the reason. Okay. Buffalo SVU detective Richard High isn't known for going out of his way to win friends. He's a cop who will do what he thinks needs to be done, which isn't ideal in an era when defund the police is a recent memory. And calling out the public school system in Buffalo didn't do him any favors either. So far, most of the evidence we've seen suggests that High is telling the truth, including the fact that more than half of the over 17,000 calls to 911 since 2021 are unclassified, including at least 2 high-profile incidents. But the former district attorney of Erie County, New York, says that there's nothing to the allegations. Why do you talk so much, sir? Quote, for more than a year removed from his role as Erie County's district attorney, John J. Flynn has still followed the recent accusations against Buffalo public schools and law enforcement by Buffalo police detective Richard High. Flynn is skeptical of High's claims. He takes exception to the implication that his office was involved in any cover-ups involving crimes against children or knew about any. On the Unsubscribed podcast, High accused the school district of obstructing investigations by the district attorney's office. In an interview Friday, the former top prosecutor in the county noted that High's accusations of years of cover-ups concerning crimes involving school children would imply that Flynn was involved, or at least aware of wrongdoing. Flynn strongly denied the claims High made on the podcast. He cautioned that sometimes slow, deliberate process does not mean that an investigation is being stonewalled. He said the Buffalo School District had always been cooperative with law enforcement. I need a drink. The first narrative is that this has been going on for years. That for years and years there's been a cover-up by the Buffalo School District and tangentially the law enforcement as well, which could fall under my watch, Flynn said. That I categorically deny. That narrative is not true. The former district attorney, who now works for Buffalo law firm Lipus Matthias, explained that schools, in their nature and by design, protect the information of their students, and overwhelmingly majority of whom are minors. Excuse me. That can add extra steps and significantly slow evidence collection, he said, which might seem laborious for police detectives eager to move for an investigation forward. Does law enforcement over the years get frustrated with that kind of mantra, Flynn said, about students' identity protection? Yeah, but sometimes at the end of the day, we always worked it out. Yes, I know we already read that exact quote, but we're reading the full article. Most of what transpired honestly sounds more like Flynn trying to justify things like the schools deleting video of alleged crime actions, including sexual assault, rather than actually admitting outright that it happens. He then goes on to try to explain that most people don't understand how investigations involving minors should work, which is probably fair when talking to someone like you or me. Hy, however, has been an SVU detective for the last couple of years. I'd imagine he's familiar with these kinds of things. Now, because of his role as the DA covering Buffalo, it's easy to look at his words and think, well, he knows what he's talking about, I suppose. One would be wrong to do so, though. After all, as District Attorney, John Flynn was accused of keeping an innocent man in prison after his personnel believed the man to be innocent. The attorneys involved in looking into an old case, both well respected in the office, were convinced of the man's innocence. Flynn didn't care. Flynn later left his role just months before the 2024 elections to join a high-powered law firm as a partner, where he then went to facilitate an alliance with a lobbying firm. Man! Okay. This man is, he has quite the track record already. I feel it's adorable how LumLum highlights the text as she reads it. It's like a kid reading with it. Shut up! I still read with my finger. Okay. In 2022, Flynn's office filed only misdemeanor charges on an allegation of sexual assault at a Buffalo private school. The private schools aren't even safe either, guys. Claiming that prosecutors didn't feel they could win a felony case. In other words, we've got the distinct possibility of Flynn failing to prosecute sexual assault to the fullest extent possible. His efforts to keep a potentially innocent man in prison and his actions of leaving office to become the epitome of a slimy lawyer. And this is the man we're supposed to trust over an SVU detective who stands to lose a lot by stepping up like he did? He still reads with her finger, 5 feet tall. I am an adult. I'm just short and stupid. Plus, while I can't get into details, I've spoken with one of Hy's friends from the Unsubscribed podcast, Nick, aka the Fat Electrician, about the mountains of evidence they've accumulated since first going public with the allegations. Maybe it's just me, but a longtime Democrat who leaves the district attorney's office high and dry after potentially leaving an innocent man in prison and failing to prosecute a sexual assault charge isn't the most trustworthy source on the planet, allegedly. That's how it looks like to me anyway. Especially when one looks at what at least one parent reported in April when the allegations first broke. Excuse me. Epitome. Shut up. He did it, hon. It's not just a Matt Christensen that pronounces that way. Shut up. Ed Spinell joined WBEN on Monday morning. I am thankful that Detective Richard Hy came forward. The district has a history of covering up. Yeah. Throat, stop getting dry. I deal with a lot of special ed parents, and we have a lot of problems in special ed where students are placed in improper classrooms. This doesn't surprise me one bit. Is it Spinell or Spadil? I think it's Spadil. I said over the last 4 years that he attended almost every Buffalo school board meeting, and every month He said a parent brings a legitimate complaint to the board, but in his words, the district stonewalls. I know of a mom who reported her young child was assaulted by a substitute teacher, and the district will not give the teacher's name so that the mom can press charges. What? The fuck you mean the district won't give the teacher's name? It's disturbing lack of transparency that comes out of Buffalo Public Schools. In the YouTube podcast, Detective High said Buffalo Schools staff isn't saying anything for fear of losing their jobs. Fadil said that it is 100% too. If you speak out, you're done. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Spadil serves as president of the District Parenting Coordinating Council. While he was only speaking for himself, the fact that he fills that particular role in an organization that is independent parent organization for the Buffalo Public Schools suggests there is something to what he's saying. Ugh. Thank you. So we got a DA that just screams sleaze to me, defending the school system and pretending a veteran police officer doesn't know how investigations work. Running counter to a parent who is reporting that this is common, that even the school board is part of the stonewalling effort. Maybe it's just me, but Johnny Boy there should probably stay out of this whole fiasco. Edit to add, there was also apparently a Change.org position demanding Flynn step down. Why? Failure to prosecute child sex crimes. Sometimes you can't make this stuff up. No fucking way. When was this made? 6 months ago. That's just a featured comment. 6 months ago. Six fucking months ago. Well, guys. Start signing, everybody. That is 6 months ago. That is fucking insane. Let's see. Next is another angry cops. Wood chippers are great inventions, just saying. Exactly. They pondered and chatted for 8 hours in a closed session. Buffalo Schools needs to be investigated by the FBI or New York State AG. Oh, Attorney General. Super chat, Slum? Okay, give me a second. Let me see. Super chats. That filter. Alright, that one. Animate Acumen, hello. What I walk in on? Buffalo school bullshit. Hello, LumLum, a thought occurred. A while for now, you refuse to say my account name for some reason. If I changed it... No, I wouldn't. Excuse me. My brother in Christ, you have me blocked. I have you blocked. What? What? Why are you in here? But no, I would not say that name either. Mercenary school lawyers have huge red flags on them. Yes, granted, most lawyers do. Are we tonight? Lumi? not Larry. Lumi. I'm doing good. Beauty. My brother in Christ, we're not talking about this shit on stream. You ick me out, I don't want to deal with it. Let me fix this. Anyways. Goodbye. And there we go. Adios. I like it. Lumception. Anyways. Alright, let's continue. Whoever this Ben dude is. We're about 40 minutes into Buffalo School Board's executive session in which they are selecting a law firm to investigate allegations made last month by Police Detective Richard High. About 16 people split almost evenly between media members and City Hall security. 08 News. On the motion to go into executive session, Ferry Rep Shannon Belton Cotman voted no. It's unclear whether any board member supported her, but there is not enough to carry a majority. She did not say why she voted against it. I predict 7:15 p.m. finish. The board is still going. I am tempted to give a play-by-play of City Hall Security's nostalgic conversation about great and terrible moments in Buffalo sports history. I felt the heartbreak of Brett Hull's skate in the crease all over again. See, Aaron Rodgers, you'll never guess this, but the board is still in executive session. Approaching 4 hours. I am pondering my life choices. Man, so they really talked about a lot of nothing there, huh? Let's see it there. Alright, and then the fat electrician is offering if she needs any help with anything, she can reach out. She says, news alert, I've been retained by a dozen individuals connected to recent allegations involving Buffalo Public Schools. My team is investigating abuse cover-ups, mandated reporter failures, and harmful disciplinary practices. Let's see. Nationally recognized sex abuse attorney Kayla Farrell-Onder, retained by a dozen survivors in Buffalo Public Schools abuse allegations. Attorney Kayla Farrell-Onder, if you put those two last names together, like middle name, last name, that sounds funny. A nationally recognized advocate for survivors of sexual abuse today announced that she has been retained by a dozen individuals with ties of recent allegations. Involving the Buffalo Public School System. Her team is actively investigating the claims of mishandled abuse reports, failures by mandated reporters, and distributing disciplinary practices within the district. The allegations came to light following public interviews by Buffalo Police Detective Richard High, who accused Buffalo Public Schools of covering up abuse complaints and obstructing police investigations. High recounted disturbing instances where the student rape allegations were allegedly mishandled by educators, and claimed that some students were punished by being locked in darkened school bathrooms. I remember hearing about that. In response to the growing public outcry, the Buffalo Board of Education has announced an external independent investigation into the district's handlings of these allegations. However, survivors and their families come to demand accountability and transparency. Caleb Farrell Onder issued the following statement. We have been contacted by dozens of individuals with direct and deeply troubling experiences related to abuse and institutional negligence within the Buffalo Public Schools. What we are hearing are not just isolated failures, but systemic breakdowns in how abuse allegations were handled or ignored. Schools should be safe places for children, not places where abuse is concealed or where those brave enough to speak up are doubted, dismissed, or re-traumatized. Mandated reporters have a legal and moral obligation to protect students. And when they fail to act, the consequences are devastating. Survivors deserve justice, accountability, and healing, and we intend to help them get it. I hope that they're able to contact her and everything. I hope she is in part 3 of the podcast, or at least, releases a statement. I think that's all I had. Does he have any new stuff? No, but somebody made a parody page for the Buffalo Public Schools. All right. The thing that you guys have been waiting for, the actual podcast episode. Stretch. I'm gonna quick go to the bathroom before we get started. Since I have been yapping, I gotta pee. We'll take this time for everyone else to quick grab a drink, go to the bathroom, and then we will start. So I will be right back. LumLum taking a long time. She wants to be. What the hell? I'm back, you psychopath. Yeah, to wait for the bathroom to be available. We only have one in a house of 3. God. Well, apartment of 3. Sorry. Over optimistic. Anyways. Get your Nettle tea? No. I got more Dr. Pepper. Well, right now I'm drinking some Monster, and then I'm gonna be drinking Dr. Pepper. Lumi a mermouse? Yes. Merrat. LumLum, that's what the shower's for when 2 people need to. No! Peeing in the shower is only for when you're actively showering. God. Weird. Pee off the balcony? No! Peeing in the shower is only when you're actively taking a shower. God. Anyways, you guys ready? Oh, 1 point.
Accountability? Buffalo Public School System?
Yeah, that's 2. That's for me.
Sounds like justice is being obstructed.
They're just clipping couple-second segments out.
Wow,
So,
I wonder what that's like.
speaking of that, you guys want to sue one of the news channels?
Oh, get ready for
I built an entire case to sue one of the news channels.
Nick unfolds the binder of doom.
You get what you deserve.
Say hi to Eli. He's racially ambiguous. And Brandon, his hair is fabulous. And Donut, a dark joke disposition. And there's a fat electrician. Welcome to unsubscribe.
Did we do the pop for this one? Do we pop the top for this one?
Yeah, for
Fuck
Ed.
it.
For Ed. Oh, yeah, we gotta do it for Ed. That
What is
poor
it- what
guy's
is it,
like,
Dranch?
It's finally
He's such a
over.
piece of shit.
It's Ed Dranch?
I think it's Ed Dranch.
Yeah. You Ed.
Ed Dranch.
D-R-A, I think Dranch.
Dranch?
The D is silent.
Ed.
No, it's not.
On the count of Ed. 1, 2, Ed.
Ooh, do we have wine glasses?
Mm.
Yeah, we should be classy. We should put this in
Do we have a
wine
wine glass? I should put this in a wine glass like the Buffalo School Board member.
Is there any
That's okay, though. That makes it fancy.
That's right. Try not to burp.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. If you put alcohol in a wine glass, it makes it more acceptable and fancy to drink.
Okay, I'm on a podcast where I'm supposed to be drinking. She's in a school board meeting open to the public, drinking drinking cranberry juice out of a wine glass that she slams and then proceeds to flip off the camera screaming, "F you, bitch."
Which was fucking crazy. Like, I thought it was an exaggeration when
No.
you sent it. It's exactly what happened.
Yep, that's exactly. And the best part, just so you know that Buffalo School Systems is like super into like telling the truth and doing the right thing. The school board member, when she got called out on it by the other school board members, you want to know what she did?
Denied it.
She said, "That's not true, and I'm looking at pursuing legal action against that fellow school board member for slandering me."
That's crazy, because just...
Is it slander if it's true, though? It's not slander if it's true. That's just an inconvenience for you, bitch.
Recently, they said, that's not true, and we're thinking of pursuing legal action.
Wait,
Yeah, I
that
know.
was about me, though, about the thing that I said. That's true.
I know. And then you know what happened? The video came out. And then she apologized. And then everybody got mad and said, "You need to forgive her because she said sorry. And we can't hold adults accountable for their actions, apparently."
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Unsubscribe.
But she said sorry, so you have to forgive her. She was drinking wine and then telling a parent who was voicing concern about what the hell is going on in school, and she's saying, "Shut the fuck up, bitch," to that parent. No. She should be suspended without pay. She should be fired. Louder? Okay. Yeah, I'll turn it up.
Subscribe podcast. I'm joined today by Eli Double Tap, Fat Electrician, our good friend Angry Cops, who has a lot to talk about, Brandon Herrera, myself, Talented Operator. Thank you so much for being here.
You missed his binder.
Next binder.
A special appearance.
Gigantic fucking binder.
Be the bigger bully. Today's episode, we're going to have Rich. This is going to conclude everything or get, hopefully, everything in the right direction as we, Nick unfolds the binder of doom, his 3-ring war book.
Oh, but real quick, we since we were already on it, homegirl that denied.
Yeah, editor, I'll get you the video. Go ahead and throw up the video of the Honorable Paulette Woods slamming her glass of wine, then flipping off the school board and saying, "Shut the f up, bitch," repeatedly. She then goes on to say, "That never happened, and I'm going to sue whoever says I did it." And then the video comes out, and she's like, "I'm sorry," on a podium. This is also, I can get you the video for this too. She's at the podium and she does her apology. Then she has her bishop come up, or like her priest.
Wait, hold on. What did that sign say? Hold on.
She's like, "I'm sorry," on a podium. This is also, I can get you the video for this too. She's at the podium.
Oh, that is blurry. Can I make this any? Make it more high quality didn't help. What does that sign say? Taxpayer parents and our children. Something Paulette Woods. 3,000 something to send our something to help our something. Okay, I cannot read what that says. All I see is taxpayer parents and our children something. Oh, stand behind Paulette Woods. Does that say stand behind Paulette Woods? Really? Okay, that's...
And she does her apology. Then she has her bishop come up, or like her priest or pastor, religious leader, whatever. He comes up and starts screaming at the audience and is like, "She apologized and you guys need to accept this. This is nothing more," this is their quote, "this is nothing more than the high-tech lynching."
It is unacceptable that after giving an apology to our colleagues and constituents, that you choose to do a public high-tech lynching of a black woman.
Which is
doing a public high-tech lynching of a black woman. What? The fuck you mean? A public high-tech lynching. I think this guy forgets what a lynching actually is. What the? No! People are just holding her accountable. The fuck is wrong with you?
Wild fucking thing to say.
What? Yeah.
As somebody that's read a ton of historical accounts of black war heroes who fought in World War II that literally had their fathers or uncles or brothers go through something like that, and then for you to equate that, just the unjustified, lawless killing of somebody for the color of their skin, to people being upset that you were in a school board meeting saying, "Shut the f up, bitch," and flipping off the camera while drinking, is fucking disgusting, and that alone should disqualify you from overseeing the education of children.
What does she do?
She's still on the board.
She's still on the board.
She's a board member. She's a sitting board member.
Mm-hmm. Was she the spokesperson when everything first came out, when they had that big meeting, that initial meeting?
That was the superintendent. I forget her name. It's hyphenated. It just is. It's like
I don't remember her name, but it's hyphenated.
Something or all.
No, that's absurd to me, because that's just basic general accountability.
Not with Buffalo schools, it's not.
Accountability? Buffalo public school system?
Like, this is a high-tech lynching. It's like, no, this is just us accusing you of something you were on camera doing.
Ma'am, there's video footage. This is a Wendy's.
I don't know. It's disgusting behavior.
Fucking absurd.
Yeah. So I guess where do you guys want to go from
Rich,
here?
give us an update on where you're starting right now. You
Hold on. His shirt, weaponized autism. Somebody needs to get that for Akko. I may not have autism. I just have a woman's scorn and the ability to hold grudges for an extended period of time. But somebody needs to get Akko this shirt. Savvy needs that one. Oh yeah. We need Savvy to have this one too.
you've done like the podcast run, then now you're finally slowing down on that side. But what was the recourse, or what is everything happening now with you?
Okay, so it's been like what, 3 weeks? I think 3 full weeks. We're going into the fourth. So it started off with our initial buzz, and then I went in right away to do an interview with Channel 7. They did a 27-minute long interview, and they only put up like 3 to 4 minutes of its entirety. That was it. The news attacked me for about 3 or 4 days.
Now, High has made headlines numerous times in the past. The Attorney General's office had found High had been, quote, repeatedly discourteous and unprofessional.
This is ridiculous.
What is this?
This is crazy. I'm listening to all these guys burp and just be absolutely foul.
You're looking at like the White Claws on
Yeah.
the table.
And
Is
so
alcohol involved here?
My
Where
first
are they?
thought is, okay, this can't actually be real.
I don't think there's ever been another case.
Man, guys, is my stream real? Because I am absolutely foul and I burp a lot. Great.
Case that has come out like this. It's so 2025, right? It comes out on the podcast and
bizarre.
And then our autistic army decided to show them they might want to reconsider coming after somebody that might be looking out for the welfare of children in the city of Buffalo, especially when we have a binder worth of information that we got just from OSINT, just from open source intelligence gathering.
Just wait until those FOIA requests start coming back.
Oh, yes. So
I hope they don't, so I can sue them, actually.
It'll be great. So Nick starts doing the FOIA requests. I start getting calls from different news agencies. I'm not going on the local news anymore at all, unless it's the radio with David Bellavia, because he's been fantastic.
Yeah, he's amazing.
David Bellavia's got a radio show on WBEN.
Who's the other guy? Ben, I think, too.
Ben's on Channel 2.
Is he?
Yep.
But he's been doing good.
Or no, Ben Tees from the Buffalo News.
Nate Benson is on Channel 2. He's doing great. And then Ben Tees with Buffalo News. He's also doing great.
Yeah, Ben's been very funny to watch, even just on Twitter or X or whatever. Yeah. That's been very fun.
That's the one with the autistic army. We're like, let him through.
Stop him.
To the side and
do not touch him.
Yeah, careful. He's a hero.
We're all standing at parade rest, double saluting.
So after the first week of like this onslaught of bullshit on coming towards me and me bearing the brunt of it, and then our army pushing back and saying, wait a second, why are you doing this? We should be looking into this.
Oh. Our community, taxpayers, parents, and our children's stand cannot read. Paulette Woods, illegible, 31,000 each year to send our children from something to hand blocking, help our children. Okay. You know what? I will try to find or get a clearer image of that poster because I want to know what it says. Autism is the new ADD. Everyone's autistic now. Notice loss of term savant. Oh, yeah. Damn adverts. Look for it. That was as clear as you could get. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You shouldn't be shooting the messenger, even though he has a fantastic mug, which you can now get at Bunker Branding. And shirt.
Shirt.
Went down the wrong pipe. So then Channel 2 special investigative reporter actually did a little bit of a deep dive and discovered that since 2021, There have been over 17,000 police calls to the city of Buffalo.
17,772.
To be exact. And about 54% of them fall under miscellaneous or information only, which is fine. If you get like a school board or like, I don't know, like a school door was left open and it sounded the alarm and you're like, all right, miscellaneous or alarm. It actually would go under an alarm call. Well, I stated originally that the schools were using these miscellaneous calls in order to cover up incidents of abuse on the children from either child on child or a child coming in and making a disclosure to the schools. Well, what do you know? Out of the past 4 major incidents that have gotten tons of news coverage from the City of Buffalo public school system, one of them being a stabbing or a shooting at McKinley, one of them I think was a stabbing. There was an overdose incident and something else.
The teacher,
and the kidnapping.
The teacher gave the kids THC gummies, and the alleged kidnapping.
Okay. Multiple stabbing incidents. A teacher giving children THC gummies. What the? Hold on. I need to ask Kate of how many THC gummies Atreus had that had him fucked up during his last stretch of the Vegas trip. Because I think it was 650 milligram gummies, I believe. I know that's a fucking grown-ass man just being out of it after having 650 milligram THC gummies. So I can only imagine what, like, even one of them would do to a child. They'll bring it back up? Okay.
He's now getting charged for. Those all school other.
The crazy one was the one with the teacher that warned them about that door. They're like, hey, students are taking knives through this door.
The stabbing in
Riverside.
Yeah, they're like, no, that's not a problem. Student gets fucking stabbed from a knife that was snuck in through that door, and then they denied it.
Oh, I have the footage, yeah. So in the footage, the teacher actually wrote up a thing, and I looked into him. He's the union rep for that school. Okay, so he wrote up a thing like, hey, I've had students bring in large knives into the school. They get them through school security because these schools have metal detectors or some screening process. They're getting them in through this door that's not locked and has a bad door. And he wrote every school board member and sent it to him repeatedly for, I believe it was like 19 months that he kept pushing it.
God.
Was the reply, you bitch?
He apparently in their process, you have to push it up the chain of command. And there's 3 levels to get something approved. The first level was denied, and that's just like your direct administrator. He denied it. It's like, no, it's not a problem. He appealed it and pushed it up to the school board, and the
What the fuck? A level 2 grievance hearing was held before me on August 8th, 2022. The grievance alleges a violation of Articles 7, 11, 37, I think, of the master contract, and states there are several security concerns at Riverside High School, making presenting to work in school dangerous to students and staff of the building. As stated in the grievance, the remedy the union is seeking is for the district to immediately remedy the outstanding maintenance issues, especially those of a safety-sensitive nature. In response, the district states that the continuing efforts have been made to improve the conditions of the building and appropriate security is provided on a daily basis. Based on the evidence before me, I find no violation of the contract and the grievance is hereby denied. What? Hold on, let me see if I can read the whole paper. Hold on. Okay, yeah. That's vile. It took 1,175 days. 1,175 days took a stabbing to allow. Wow. Wow. What? my fucking god. That is... Jesus.
Appealed it and pushed it up to the school board, and the school board denied it. Then he was still pushing to have it reviewed a third time, and then it's on the superintendent. Between the second and third time, the stabbing at Riverside happened. That he was trying to get the issue fixed before it became a potentially fatal issue. And then they magically approved it on the third iteration after somebody had to get stabbed.
Which is what he complains about. He says, this is reactionary. Why are we reactionary?
Well, he calls it, because that recording was before the stabbing, or right after. And he goes, you guys had to wait until somebody got stabbed, just like I predicted. And sure enough, somebody got stabbed. Now you're going to approve it.
Yep.
And then the school board member has the balls to stand up there and be like, you never told us about this.
Oh, starts getting in a screaming match with him.
Yeah. And like
Fuck
all the other
you.
teachers give him a standing ovation as he's walking away. So I'll get the editor of the video. You can go ahead and play it. It's like 2 or 3 minutes. It's crazy.
I just want to be clear that all the time we spend here in this fantasy land world, when students at Riverside are getting stabbed, there's fights there every single day. 911 is called on a regular basis, and no one has even come into the school and had a meeting like this and talked to parents and talked to teachers and talked to our students and said, how can we protect? Excuse me, this is my time. This is my time,
You're going to
sir.
receive more time, but
This is my time, sir.
If you would have came to me and told
Oh yeah, we watched this earlier. And Gil, grill a steak while you listen? Alright, Adam. Send me some of the steak. I want some. Ugh, I need steak. Your model keeps getting cuter. Love the hat. Oh, thank you! I'm undiagnosed, but something ain't right. Alright, let's continue.
me a situation about a knife, at that point, I would have called the authorities and took the proper action with the
Okay, know what you asked me? I can refresh your memory if you want.
Mr. Hurd, Mr. Hurd, the speaker has the floor.
I told you about the knife.
The speaker has the floor.
Thank you. I filed a grievance 19 months ago, and it was very detailed. In that grievance, I talked about how a student brought a knife in the side door. It's written in the
I just still can't believe it took 19 many months for this shit to actually go through. How do you like your steak? Medium rare. Medium rare is the prime way to have steak. If you like it well done, I'm sorry, but something is wrong with you. Hello, Lumi, if you're doing reactions, I could send you the link to that stuff I mentioned last time, those kind of furry horror things. Oh yeah, you could just send it to me on Discord. I probably won't be talking about that today since we're focusing on Buffalo Public School systems, but I will do that in the next one. You have the audacity to say you never brought this up with us to his face. I know! Love me, bureaucracy. Wrong blue rare. No. Woman after my own heart. Ah! If I trust the cook, I get it rare. You know what? Smart. If I say medium, you're okay. Don't forget to read super chats. Yeah, I'll read it. I'll read super chats probably in the next like 20-ish minutes.
The grievance, which I sent to you all. Guess what? The student who, the non-student who stabbed the student in our school, guess what door they came in? That same door. And they were in the building that day, and no one even told us. The DA had to tell us on the news. We had to do our own investigation. So there's a student with most likely a weapon in our building, and no one's sharing that with us. I'm gonna say this. This district has done nothing, and I told you, what's it gonna take? Someone getting stabbed or shot to have someone come in the building? And that's exactly what it takes. Because no one has lifted a finger for security at Riverside High School. It's a dog and pony show every single time. You send in people for a week, it disappears, and then it's a disaster again. These kids and these teachers deserve better. And if you can't do the job, then all of you should have the dignity to resign and let someone else do it.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno.
He's right, they should resign.
So we go to that where Channel 2, the investigative reporter, pulls out the stats and says, hey, wait a second, look at these numbers. these are concerning. These 4 major cases were all intentionally mislabeled as something other than what they actually were, whether it be stabbing, shooting, overdose, etc. Then, shit, I lost my train of thought. What happened after that? There was the 21 thing, and then, oh yeah, then that's right. Then the guy that did the attempted kidnapping of the 2 kids.
When was that?
Well,
when was that?
Well, going back to the stabbing at Riverside, I believe, from what I can tell, there's been independent third-party investigations launched for the Riverside stabbing and for the shooting at McKinley in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Neither of those independent third-party investigations launched by the school board have been released to the public or the Buffalo PD or the legal system.
Who's the third party in these situations?
Whoever they pick.
Yeah.
Right now it's open. Any law firm can get on their website right now and apply to be the third-party investigator. And I believe with the Riverside stabbing, I looked into it, and the law firm that they did then cited, assumingly they found results that they didn't like. So the law firm's like, well, this is actually attorney-client privilege, so we don't have to give this to you.
Is that their workaround so they can just do it?
Yeah, so
that
this is
way?
a workaround. They're gonna say, oh, we're gonna do a third-party independent investigation, and then once we have the results, if we don't like them, we're gonna claim it's attorney-client privilege and never mention it to the public, and the public's gonna forget about it by then.
This doesn't.
It's like that just sounds so illegal. It's like, unless there's a lot of actual sensitive information that should not be put out to the public, it should not be just locked away behind attorney-client privilege. That is some bullshit.
Require an investigation. It's just fact.
Yeah.
Is the crazy part. What are you going to look into? It's going to take you a fucking afternoon if you're not clinically retarded.
Right.
Yeah.
And they had a 4.5-hour meeting the other day trying to appoint a special investigator. 4.5 hours, couldn't figure out who they were even going to have do the investigation.
Guys, when you leave your dogs at home, do you ever worry that they might find your firearm?
Damn, maybe the ATF is onto something. No, I never thought about that.
Introducing StopBox.
Maybe the ATF is onto something. Oh my god. If we get a handgun at the apartment, I'm gonna have to get one of these. Not because we have a dog or anything. I don't know, maybe my cat would manage to get it. I love their sponsor commercials. Oh, this one had me fucking cracking up. So, we're gonna support the boys and we are going to listen to the sponsor.
StopBox. I'm sure a lot of you guys and gals have a handgun for self-defense, as we all do. And if you do, it probably fits into one of 2 categories. It's locked up, but not within reach. Or it's just laying around where anybody could have access to it.
Well, StopBox USA saw the problem, and they came up with the StopBox Pro.
It's all mechanical, so you don't have to worry about it.
It's batteryless.
Ribbed for your pleasure.
What I love about this is it's TSA approved. Most gun cases, when you want to fly with a weapon, has 3 or 4 little holes. This one has 1, so you only need 1 lock, and then you do your...
Our listeners are getting 10% off if you use code UNSUB, and right now they're doing buy one, get one free.
Oh, that's a crazy deal!
That's 10% off and a free StopBox Pro when you use code UNSUB at StopBox.
10% off and buy one, get one. Gonna have to... I'll look that up later. Just noticed the glue.
USA.com.
10% and buy one, get one! They have to be operating at a loss!
One of my favorite parts about the StopBox is that it is actually made in America.
Made in America!
God damn!
Discover a better way to balance security and readiness with StopBox.
StopBox. By the way, from somebody inside the schools, quote,
Fun fact, you can 3D print keys for TSA locks? Really? Huh. Interesting.
BPS General Counsel Nate Kuzma, who works at the same firm as the former DA who opened his mouth, who's full of shit, has made an attorney-client privilege so that it could never be shared intentionally. That was the end result of that one.
So that's one thing to look out for or really stress moving forward is not letting that happen as they hire a new one.
Yeah, they'll have somebody investigate
They're
it.
intentionally not going to hire a new one. I can't prove it, I can't prove it with evidence, but I have multiple people that have all basically said, well, the superintendent's retiring in June and she has 3 or 4 friends on the school board and they're basically going to stall this until she gets her good retirement and then they'll let it go to an investigation. So they're just trying.
Okay, no. No. Okay, if you have something this fucking serious going on and they're trying to stall for the superintendent to retire at the end of the school year, no, it should go into investigation right away. This is ridiculous. Or if they do manage to, push this along till after the superintendent retires, she should still get criminally prosecuted. But that's just me.
To drag this out as long as possible to protect their buddy. Then they're going to drag it out as long as possible.
Who's the superintendent?
Oh,
The hyphen
Dr.
woman.
something Knight.
The one that's really upset that she had to shut down her social media and ignore everybody coming to her with concerns.
And who's going to be next appointed? Because you knew who's next in line,
so the
which
next
that's
guy
something to
getting
watch out
appointed,
for.
I've heard from multiple sources he's not great either. I can pull up his name.
Well, he's friends in that group, so he's already conditioned for this.
Well, there's
behavior.
only like one male in the board, isn't there?
Dr. Tanya Williams Knight.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I got a hold of the teachers union rep. I sent him an email because one thing the news did that was really shitty is they took the one snippet where you were talking about allegedly one teacher in particular was putting kids inside of a bathroom with the lights off.
Yes.
One teacher is what we said.
Correct.
The news then portrayed.
I don't know. Why is that a strangely common punishment for children done to them by teachers? Where they would just lock them into either a side room or a bathroom with the lights off? That is a strangely common punishment. Why is that? Ranging from elementary school to middle school. I've heard of it happening in multiple states. Because it doesn't leave a mark. Because it doesn't leave marks. Yeah, but still. I don't know. Something about that just skeeves me out. No physical abuse, psychological. They would do that to you all the time? God. It's like there was one time that I heard that somebody did that to a child, and like this was a special needs kid. And the child ended up hurting themselves because they were freaking out while they were locked in the bathroom. And the parents tried pressing charges, but then it was just kind of swept under the rug. Ugh. God, I hate schools.
It to the teachers union president, Richard Nigro, that we were saying this about all teachers.
Which we're not.
And he was upset. Obviously, like that's fair if you think that we're saying all Buffalo teachers are throwing small children in a cage, which we're not saying at all.
We were
And
specific
he's like,
on that.
you're painting everybody with a broad brush. Right, but they're just clipping couple second segments out and portraying it.
On another podcast called Black Rifle Coffee Podcast, High described how some teachers and teacher aides use school bathrooms for so-called timeout rooms.
The Buffalo.
Oh yeah, I forgot he was on the Black Rifle Coffee podcast. I still need to watch that. But yeah, that's just insane how common it is.
Buffalo Public School will put children in the bathroom and turn off the lights and then put their foot against the door so the kid can't get out. Where's the timeout room? Oh, it's the bathroom. Timeout room is the bathroom? Yeah. What do you do in the timeout room? Well, my teacher and the teacher's aide, the Buffalo Public School, will put children in the bathroom and turn off the lights.
Wow,
So-
I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, exactly.
Geez, the news doing that to two people who are trying to better the environment for people in their community? Brandon, who would know what that feels like?
You know, this is why I think that media trust is at an all-time high.
Oh.
And it's a smart move on their part, because right now, all the information I have hundreds of teachers that I've talked to and interviewed and everything. And they're the ones that are giving me all the information, telling me what FOIA requests to fill out. Like, they're the ones that are helping. By and large, all of these teachers are great people trying to do what's best for these kids. And they all feel that their hands are being tied behind their back. They're not allowed to do what needs to be done to keep these kids and themselves safe. And the administration is intentionally doing it. I mean, you're 2 decades into your career at this point, and you've never been written up in 20 years.
Never.
All of a sudden, instantly.
Getting called down to the administrator's office. And the odd thing about these write-ups, they weren't anything. They had no backing. It was just to intimidate me. I mean, it just got crazy. I just pulled it up before I got on with you, and I have this document. It's like every other day we are getting called down. And I got to the point where my phone would ring in my classroom, and I would get sick and I would puke. Because I would literally go to the bathroom and puke because I was being tormented every day and supposed to teach kids at the same time. And it makes you physically ill because I'm not used to treating people this way. Ever. And I'll tell you what, it started then, and up until a month and a half ago, it has not stopped. They have not stopped retaliating against me, and it's almost gotten worse.
So what they're doing is they're coming out and making it seem
I thought retaliation was illegal. Retaliation is illegal, especially when you speak out against something. Not if you don't get caught. This person needs to start actively recording what's happening in the classrooms when it's like, fuck, it's New York. Is that a 2-person consent state when it comes to recording? Fun. Two-party consent state. Okay, no, New York is a 1-party consent state. So no, this person needs to start recording everything. 2-person consent doesn't apply when you are recording illegal actions, LumLum? Well, seeing how the district attorney's office and a lot of these lawyers are being slimy as shit, they will somehow make it seem like you did it illegally if it was a 2-party consent state. This state is a 1-party consent state. So, no, this person needs to start recording everything now. Ugh.
Seem like, oh, we just want to burn everything to the ground and go after these teachers. We don't. Like, the teachers are great. It's just not even all of the administration. Some members in the administration and the culture that they've created are not safe, and it doesn't allow these teachers to do their jobs.
Which is really fun that you have teachers on the inside that are essentially like with telling you what FOIA requests to file and shit.
Oh yeah,
that's basically like they're giving you the exhaust port plans on the Death Star. Like, please, for the love of God, blow this up.
Well, the scariest part to me is every single, with the exception of like 1 or 2, and the 1 or 2 that I've talked to, the only reason they're not terrified of losing their job is because the school board has already gone after them repeatedly and tried to fire them and lost in court.
Correct.
Nice.
The gentleman that we've already showed the clip of at that school board meeting, that was a union rep. I forget what instance it was, but he got into it with the Buffalo School Board over some safety stuff, and they put him on paid leave for 2 years while they tried to fire him.
What the including fuck? Other people.
Including, because he was the head of the social studies department. So not only did they put him on paid leave, they...
Hold on. All right, let's read this. Whereas improper practice charge U 34767 alleges that the district violated sections 209A and 209A and 209A1C of the Taylor Law when, after the 5 members of the Riverside Social Studies Department, hereinafter RSSD, engaged in protected activity, the district took the following action against elected Federation Delegate Chairman Marco Bruno and elected Federation Delegate Ronald Davis III. Placed Mr. Bruno and Mr. Davis on administrative leave and filed a 3020 A charges against Mr. Bruno and Mr. Davis. And whereas improper practice charge alleges that the district violated Section 2 and A blah blah blah. Issued each member of the RSSD a counseling So, wow, okay. No, you're not blocked. Your chats aren't coming through? Oh, weird. Maybe the YouTube system is doing stupid shit.
Put the entire social studies department, which I believe was 5 teachers in total, on paid leave for a year and tried to fire all of them. And by sheer coincidence, the other 2 social studies teachers of the 5 that they put on paid leave were the other 2 union reps for that school.
Almost like they're trying to union bust, which is
illegal.
Oh!
What the
Okay, so this union is actually trying to do its job, but the administrators, the school board, and other people are trying to union bust. Yikes. Administrative leave, so not firing him, but basically telling him to go home, usually with pay and cool off. For the administrative leave, they put him on leave while they attempted to fire him. He was on leave for 2 years while they were trying to fire him and failed.
And then they ended up losing in court, saying the teacher did absolutely nothing wrong. And the Buffalo School Board's people testifying on their behalf were found inadmissible in court, presumably because they got caught lying under oath.
About what?
I don't know exactly what. I just, like, I have the court documents, and you can see that, like, their testimony was deemed no good.
And nothing happened because of that?
He ended up getting to keep his job.
No, but I mean, like, lying under oath, there was no repercussions?
Why would there be?
It seems to be a recurring theme.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. If there is a mass layoff or they try that, understand why it's happening. It is the big cogs right now that are the issue. It's a lot of the times what happens is the big cogs at the top, you can't do anything. So they're just like, oh, replace these ones until we find team players, and then rinse, repeat until you do find team players. But right now, the goal of all this is to get rid of those fucking big cogs that are literally pieces of garbage.
Ed Dranch is a giant cog.
You know, his comments are still turned off on his Twitter.
They're going to have to be turned off for a while.
His phone number was on his Twitter for a while.
Well, it was like his business phone number, I think.
Yeah, that was an interesting call.
You know, maybe don't attack the podcast as trying to stick up for kids and then double down when we quote you and post the entire 1.5-minute opening of your video where you do that and go, well, no, that's not what I said.
It was taken out of context. I'm like, no, watch the full fucking thing.
We played more of his original opening in that video straight than they did of my entire 20-something minute interview at Channel 7.
It's wild not to apologize. I do not get that mindset. It's like, I wonder if I just came out and was like, hey, sorry, I messed up. How that might react. Or
even if he was
audience.
just like, hey, just to clarify, I think, like, you know, these are very important allegations. I didn't mean to downplay it, whatever. Like, just take a little bit of accountability.
Yeah. My intent wasn't this. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Yeah. My intent was to talk about the thing, and I hit on this thing first. I could have saved that for a later date. And our army would have been like, hold.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes, Eli?
When you think of businesses...
I swear, just... This just shows that, like, granted, this is only in Buffalo, but there's a lot of crooked people that have pretty high standings in society. And I fucking hate that the majority of these people are in charge of children and their well-being. When honestly, they don't care. They don't care about the kids. They only care about the money that they can get. It makes me upset. It's like, yes, is New York an absolutely shit state? Yes, yes it is. But the people who live there, the children who are there, don't deserve to be treated like shit by the people who are supposed to be keeping them safe and having their best interest at heart. And it sucks. It absolutely fucking sucks.
That are just crushing it. Bonker, unsub. What's the first thing to enter your mind?
That's easy, Eli. A good child labor law attorney. Eli, I said Shopify. What did you hear?
Actually, it was the overlooked secret behind the business.
Like I said, Shopify.
Oh. Which brings us to today's ad.
Shopify. I mean, we use Shopify on a daily basis.
That's right. We use Shopify for Bunker Brandon and Unsub. Those magical shoes we have where they're linked to Shopify to the mythical store.
100% not only in Buffalo. Wouldn't be surprised.
It's like your mom and your dad on their anniversary night.
Yeah.
Not yours.
Nobody does selling better than Shopify.
They are home of the #1 checkout on the planet.
With Shop Pay, which boosts your conversion up to 50%.
50%. Just like the age of all our factory workers are 50% the age they need to be
Psychopaths
legally
are more
employed in the
likely
United
in
States.
power,
Upgrade your
yeah.
business and get the same checkout we get over at Unsubscribe or Bunker.
Sign up for your $1 per month trial period over at shopify.com/unsubpod.
Head over to shopify.com/unsubpod to upgrade your selling today.
Shopify.com/unsubpod.
All lowercase.
Speaking of, you guys want to sue one of the news channels?
Oh, get ready.
Yeah, let's sue people. That's always fun. And also, let me read some super chats before we get started on this next part of the podcast. Let's see here. Okay, I read that one. Okay. Ben, go buy some crayons, a LumLum rat. I hear Bic red tastes like strawberries. I'm not a Marine. It's like, if there was any Marines in the, 5-mile radius that I'm in, they would smell the red crayon and get mad that I ate it first. And Ben, again, missed opportunity to have the can be called a Dr. Pippa. Salon the Lich, thank you for being a member for 9 months. Angry Cops, dude, there's serious problems here. MSM, my rudeness, my blah blah blah. Did they check if the school attackers had ties to media? Red's the best flavor. I know red's the best flavor. Deadpool Kid, thank you. The fact they tried to cover it up, destroy evidence, swept it all under the rug, and the media wonders why people think there's a vast conspiracy. Mercenary, I had that happen to me with the isolation rooms in junior high school. In the junior high school I went to, their solution for kids like me with autism was to jail them. That 8 hours in there was considered tardy all day. Jesus fucking Christ. Mom found out through a fit, lawyers were involved. And David, the red people think greed causes corruption. Friendship is a much more powerful reason to be corrupt. Looking out for their sorority sisters and buddies. Yep. I'd be mad if you ate the blue one first. You know what? Fair.
I built an entire case to sue one of the news channels.
All right, what's the case?
Were we slandered, Nick?
Well, Rich was defamed.
I was defamed.
And I can prove it. I built an entire case out for it.
Neat.
Neat.
very
yeah,
exciting.
So for all the lawyers out there, this is called foreshadowing.
I'm conflicted because this news channel's been the least courteous to Rich, but they've also got the best journalist working for them. So it's kind of one of those cases where Nate Benson works for Channel 2 WGRZ, but everybody else that writes on it that isn't Nate Benson shits on Rich to the point that it's now defamatory, and I can prove it. Okay, so in multiple articles, including YouTube videos that they put up, which I have saved, and news broadcasts that they've aired, which I have saved, and news articles that they've printed, they've all claimed that Detective Richard High is on the Brady list.
Yeah.
You know what the Brady list
Which is incorrect.
Yeah.
Guess what I have?
Well, would you like to explain what the Brady list is?
The Brady list means that you're on the no-fly list when it comes to the district attorneys for when you go and take the stand to testify. It specifically states that you have credibility issues, which I know I've never lied on the stand, and all of my internal affairs or complaints never has to do with my evidence collection, my time on the stand, my integrity, or lying about any sort of charges that I've put on. So I have zero credibility issues on the stand. That is my history. But them saying that I'm on the Brady list would say that I do have credibility issues and that I cannot testify because of those issues.
It's a pretty big allegation.
I would say it's significant and would look.
That's slander at that point, especially since he can prove that he was never on the Brady list. That is straight, like, that can impact his career, any monetary gain that he can have. That's no, that's fucked up. John Edwards, when I was in 2nd grade in PA back in the mid-'80s, my teacher got upset with me for not paying attention in class, so she put me in the closet where we stored our coats, where she forgot I was there, and I was forced to stay there until school let out, and until my parents found me at 10 p.m. that night. What? Please tell me your parents pressed charges against that teacher. Liable. Those are some funny words. I wish I knew what they meant. But yeah, that's fucked up, John. I hope your parents tore that teacher a fucking new one.
Look very poorly in my career because a detective not being able to testify is significant.
That would be
very
crazy.
damaging.
And then we
Very
put it right
damaging.
here, right? We can show the clips of them saying that right here.
Yeah, I have them.
The allegations made on the Unsubscribed podcast by Buffalo Police Detective Richard High have prompted the Buffalo School Board to seek an outside investigator. Officer High alleges the district failed to report an attempted abduction, sexual assault, child abuse, and destroyed evidence, which he discovered while working a case. Allegations that have outweighed High's status on the Brady list, which is a list of law enforcement officers whom the Erie County District Attorney's Office have found to have credibility issues.
So Channel 2 is the only one that even after it came out, they're like, oh, he's actually onto something. When all the other news channels just started referring to him as SVU veteran detective Richard High, they would still put in the article, these allegations appear to outweigh his placing on the Brady list. Like...
Please, I hope they sue Channel 2. That would just be fucking funny at that point. And they know that people will, you know, help drum up the money for any legal fees and stuff. Hell, I would turn off monetization on my stream. If they actually go through with this, I would turn off monetization for a stream and then tell people just to put any donos they want towards me to that legal fund, because that is fucking insane. Please sue the fuck out of them.
Like, just mad they have to admit that he's doing the right thing. Well, I have the Brady list. Guess who's not fucking on it? Richard High. So claiming that somebody is so uncredible that they can't even testify in court under oath is a pretty big allegation, right? The problem with defamation is if I was going to sue you for it, I would have to prove that it wasn't a genuine mistake and that you did it maliciously, right? So how would I be able to prove that?
Well,
that they
like
were
a history would probably be able.
Oh, like an ongoing history? Cool. What if I trained an advanced AI to go through their entire website and catalog the top 10 officers in the history of the news source that they've written articles?
You know, I only recently started watching Donut Operator. Not Donut Operator. Bad Electrician. I just started watching his stuff, and I fucking love how petty he is. I adore this man, and I plan on watching more of his content during my free time, or if you guys want me to watch some certain stuff on his channel, I would be more than happy to, because this guy is fucking great. Fat Files are awesome. He has a series called The Fat Files. Okay, that's fucking funny. Chubby Wire Man, our swollest autist. As of this moment, there's no apology on their site. Hey Lumi, I remember at school I went in Texas. A teacher put students in a box for an hour for moving too much. Since a lot of us had ADHD, a lot of us got put in the box quite often. What? Dude, that's fucked. Has many types of videos. That electrician? Yeah. His newest video was on the 442nd was fantastic. Definitely recommend you watch it. Okay. Okay. We'll definitely watch this sometime. And diagnosed with something ain't right, just like my schizophrenia.
Articles about, and Rich is the third most reported on cop in Buffalo history out of 800 police officers, and not a single article is near even remotely charitable to Rich.
Some of them don't even have to do with me, but they bring me into the article to then defame me.
Anytime they get a chance to throw him under the bus, they do it. Okay, so I can prove that he's the third most reported on cop in Buffalo's history out of 800 cops, which to me says that you've got a wild hair up your ass and you're gunning for him. Okay, so I'm able to prove that you would lie on purpose because you don't like him, right? But then what's even harder is I then have to go out and I have to prove that he's not on the Brady list, which he isn't. And then what was the other facet? I have to prove that
it wasn't a mistake.
It wasn't a mistake, which, you know, the evidence seems to imply that.
If they try to fix anything, it is Sunday, May 18th, 2025, when this comes out. I don't want them to be like, oh, look, see?
You better redact this.
Yeah, like, this is the exact date.
Luckily,
Today's date, I will then enter again, just again.
I have it all saved.
Okay.
We have the Wayback Machine, fuckhead.
Yes.
I have it all saved in catalog. But like then the real problem is like, okay, so I proved it was malicious. I proved that, you know, you are lying. And that was on purpose. You've got, you know, you maliciously did this to Rich. So then the problem is like, okay, well, it's just one cop. It's one detective at 800. How much is that really worth in a defamation case, right? But then you got to realize Rich is probably the most famous active serving cop in the world. Anybody think of another cop?
Like active?
A cop with multiple millions of subscribers that's recognized nationwide and globally, who built his entire online persona around accountability, doing the right thing, and then you come out and you say that he's such a piece of shit that he can't testify under oath because he lies all the time. Seems like that'd be worth.
Yeah, I don't know a lot of famous cops, but I know plenty of ex prisoners and stuff that, you know, changed their life around for the better after they got out of prison. To start talking about, like, you know, shit people and everything. I know one that I watched, like, a lot. What was his name? JD something. But I know he's been reacting to a lot of this stuff as well. JD is a fucking gem. I found him on TikTok, and now I watch him on YouTube. JD Delay. Yeah, I fucking love JD. He's great. I've been watching him for, like, the last 2 years now. Man, it's like, I know I am, like, on the very bottom of the totem pole when it comes to, you know, content creators and stuff. But I would love to just sit and yap with some of these guys. I think that'd be quite fun. But I think I need to grow a little bit more first. Maybe like a couple 10,000 subscribers, maybe. JD and his weird nipples. He does have weird ass nipples. They're so long for no reason. The laser reform convict. Oh yeah, I know. I know his story. I'm your fan in the police. Much love. Oh, thank you, Jack. I appreciate it.
Worth a lot of money in court.
Yeah, and also that proves a financial harm to your brand.
I wish Rich would come
that
on
was
the
the other
podcast
part.
with Mike the
That
cop
was
too.
the other part, is I would have to prove financial harm, which would be tricky to do unless I got like 20 to 30 people to comb through every Reddit and Facebook post that's been out since this case broke and took screenshots of hundreds of people parroting the same talking point that Rich is on the Brady list.
Oh.
Which came directly from them, from a credible news source. So now I can prove that it did harm his reputation.
Yeah. If there's any lawyers that would like to take up this case.
Yeah, so I guess I'm saying if I were Channel 2, within like 48 hours of this video dropping, I would have a whole article apologizing to Richard High on how you guys were wrong. And when I say a whole article, I don't mean go back and change the articles. I mean, I would make a whole article titled WGRZ apologizes to SVU detective Richard High for fucking lying, or I'm going to turn over all this evidence and then go to the kitchen and grab some popcorn while I watch him sue the dog shit out of you.
Please, please, Richard, sue the fuck out of them. It'd be so fucking funny. It's like, okay, two things I want happening. One is completely unrelated to this. But one, Richard, sue the fuck out of Channel 2. And two, I know Arch is live right now, but Arch, take that fucking sponsorship so you can scare the fuck out of GW. Come on, it'd be fucking funny. Those are the two funny things I want happening. Okay, let's continue.
Cheers.
Oh, I love
like
you.
this so dude.
I like to see bad people get what they deserve.
Right?
You get what
Oh, he's not live, and he didn't raid me. He hates me. He hates me. I'm just kidding.
You fucking deserve it. Well, High's allegations have outweighed his status on the Erie County District Attorney Office's database for law enforcement officers with credibility concerns. Even though he's not on it and never fucking was.
Quote, Channel 2 WGRZ.
Oh my God.
Whoa. You're being
And I know
silly.
Reddit probably had a heyday just going through
Oh, yeah. I got hundreds. I got hundreds of comments parroting their false talking point where they defamed him. And I have the screenshots of all those comments already. So, I mean, if they don't want to apologize publicly with its own article and put it up on your fucking YouTube channel and the news broadcast, then I'm just going to turn it over and I can prove that you've written about him the third most out of 800 cops over the course of his career. Nothing's ever been charitable. You throw him under the bus every chance you can get. I can prove he's not on the Brady list, and then I can prove that I have hundreds of comments of people parroting your false talking points to discredit him as, you know, defamation and harm to your credibility for the most famous cop in the world. So that reputation's worth a lot of money. Up to you guys.
Parry that, fuckhead.
Nate Benson, sorry, you're a great journalist, but somebody else working at that news agency has it out to get him. I don't know if it's Ron Plants or the guy writing his scripts, but they're going to cost that place a lot of fucking money unless they start eating some crow. So, see you soon. The Buffalo School Board is just creating policies where it basically ties the hands behind the backs of the teachers that are trying to do the right thing. And I have multiple teachers, multiple interviews, I have hundreds of stories via written.
Mm-hmm.
But they all say the same thing. They've all attempted to do the right thing, and they've all been instructed by the school board that they're not allowed to do it. And I've asked repeatedly, and nobody knows that this is actually written down, but every single teacher has told me this without me asking. They've all told me the same thing. Buffalo school teachers are not allowed to call 911. They have to talk to an administrator, and the administrator makes that call.
Jeez, Nick.
Okay, so. Let me get this straight. Hold on. I need to put the super glue down for a second. Hold on. So you're telling me that, you know, a student could be actively getting fucking stabbed in the classroom. They can't just be like, hold on, I need to call 911. Shit. No, they have to use their stupid fucking school phone and be like, hello? Right now, a student's getting stabbed. Oh, wait, nope, shit. They just moved on to another student. Somebody's getting stabbed in my classroom right now. Can you call 911, please? No? You're not going to call 911? But a child just died in my classroom. No? You're not going to call emergency service? Okay. Okay, well, bye. Hangs up phone. You're telling me that's how it is? That's how it is? Dude, wait. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on. I just remembered something that we seen when we last when we were last covering this. You can't, like, they're saying, oh no, you can't call 911. Oh, where was it? This is a post that we seen. Hold on, come on, where is it? Here it is. Are they trying to prevent students from calling 911 too because they don't have permission to from the school administrator? Distraction-free schools. Bell-to-bell restrictions on smartphone use on school grounds. Please don't tell. Dude, no. No, that's so. That's not. I hate New York. I hate Buffalo so much. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. Oh, I hate it here.
Does that ever come up in one of these stories where something happens and it could affect the health, welfare, and well-being of a child?
It sure does.
Wow.
Multiple times.
Interesting.
Yeah. So we can go into the THC gummy ones. So I've interviewed multiple people on that. I've interviewed the uncle of one of the boys that took the 500 milligram edible. And
500 milligram? 500. 500. Atreus ate 650 milligram gummies, and he's seeing a bag of chips that weren't real. What's that gonna do to a child? What the fuck? Oh my fucking god. Kid saw God. There's 500 milligrams of the whole bag. He's going to see God. Oh my god. Oh, I hate it here. Oh, I fucking hate it here.
he's very disappointed with the school board. A, how do 500 milligram edibles just wind up on the hallway floor or at the locker room floor in a middle school? And then why would a teacher pick them up and give them to children? Whatever, stupid shit happens. Maybe that is maybe that did happen. That's not my overall issue with the thing. My issue is the school and their policies at the administrative level do not allow things to get addressed as quickly as they should for the safety of children. The paramedics who I've talked to and I've interviewed.
Quick, what is the age of the children? This is elementary?
11 and 12.
Okay, so you have 11 and 12. And 5 milligrams, 5 will wreck somebody that's never done it, especially when you weigh 80 pounds, 90 pounds. Now, 500 milligrams, like what would 50 do?
I know what 500 does to an 11-year-old because they were hospitalized with resting heart rates of 130.
You said he found it on the floor?
He allegedly found it on the floor, either in
a resting heart rate of 130. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. Oh no.
in the hallway or in the locker room, and I have a picture of the THC gummies. They resembled Sour Patch Kids, but as you can see, stony.
Jesus. That Gotham Medical and Recreational Dispensary. That's where they got it. Well, that's where the teacher got it, allegedly. Oh, that's fucked up. Sour sweet, he's gone. Why would you take those to school? The bag was split evenly between the two kids, 250 each. That's still insane. Yeah, I could turn it up a little bit. Kids can't go trick-or-treating anymore because folks are afraid people giving away free drugs. Teachers are giving it to elementary school students. I know, right?
Patch covered in weed.
They've got singular cyclops eyes.
It's singular cyclops eyes that in a colored version, they're very red, as if you'd been smoking weed.
Huh.
So, but granted, it does, if you're just taking a glance, maybe it does kind of look like Sour Patch Kids, and maybe it was all an accident. Whatever, that guy should still be fired, but that's separate. My issue is when the EMTs get called, the EMTs show up, and I've talked to the EMTs. They pull up to the school, and nobody will let them in. The doors are locked. Now, if a child is overdosing on an illegal drug, I would either A, have somebody sitting at the curb waiting for the EMTs to show up and then immediately take them to the children, or I would have the children outside waiting and hand them off. Not what happened. Took the EMTs, I believe he said, 8 to 10 minutes to find someone to let them into the building. And
okay, no. That has to be straight up illegal at that point. Not letting emergency personnel in when a kid is probably laying there in pain with a resting heart rate of 130. Took them 10 to 18 minutes to get into the school. That kid's heart could have exploded. Oh my god.
And nobody would even come to the doors. It was actually the security guard from the parking lot that came in, and the security guard's like, hey, what's going on? He had no idea. He had not been briefed on the issue. So it took them somewhere between 15 to 20 minutes from arriving on the scene to get to the children that were overdosing on an illegal drug. And then once they got in there...
Okay, time to read, everybody. This is Sunday, May 4th at 11:42 p.m. So that's when this was written up, I guess. Something, blah, blah, blah. Rooms without being follow in the office. After a minute of standing there, a male walked up to me who was one of the principals asking what I was doing. I responded with a "we were called here?" ? Which was responded with a "oh yeah." With an "oh yeah, you did call." He pointed at the two males who were unattended on a bench. I asked a few questions to the principal where he responded with either "I don't know" or "I can't speak on that at the moment." Mind you, I'm in uniform. I then asked the kids a few questions. SRO is still nowhere to be found. The kiddos stated they got them from the gym Why is it always the fucking gym teacher? Who found them on the floor. I was then finally able to speak with the principal in charge, I guess. She brought me into her office and picked up a book on her desk, and underneath it was an edible package underneath it. I'll place an attachment of what the package looked like. Not exact, but damn near it. It's a package of 10 gummies. There were 500 milligrams each. The packaging was not just 500 for all of them. They were each. Yes, 500 milligrams each. The first child ate 6. 3,000 milligrams, and the other ate 4. 2,000 milligrams. Those kids hate God. They met God. They said hello and they were brought back. That is just, oh my God. After taking vitals on the children, which were not the best, the SRO showed up. Now, mind you, I'm all with law enforcement in Buffalo. They really help out on calls. Love them. This SRO looked me dead in my fucking eyes and said, "Do they have to go? They look fine." They continued to try and talk to me and my partner out of taking them. No. Any medical situation with a child, they need to be brought to the hospital, even if it's just for observation. No, that is fucked. Those kids were tasting sound and eating and seeing touch. The fuck? At first I was confused on what was going on, but with all this cover-up stuff it makes more sense, because the SRO just left talking to the principal that had the gummy package. Then the SRO had a second officer arrive, and he was immediately disrespectful to this patrol officer. "I don't need you. Why'd you even show up?" shaking his head the entire time. After transporting the two kids to the hospital, I personally spoke with their parents. After they arrived, waiting 45 minutes for them. They were told by the school that the gym teacher found them on the floor and gave them to the kids thinking they were just candy. In the image you can tell anyone with any fucking brain cells knows that's not a Sour Patch candy bag.
The principal was apparently just didn't really give a shit. The school resource officer that was there comes up and is arguing with the EMTs like, well, do they really have to go to the hospital? They look fine. And the EMT is like, yes, they're going to the hospital. So that was an issue. And then a patrol officer showed up on the call as well.
All right, let's read the next paragraph. After transporting to the kids, redacted, the parents were distraught that the school would lie to them about their child ingesting drugs in their school. I pushed them towards filing lawsuits, contacting lawyers, nagging the police for the reports, reaching out to the board, at least to see what more information they could get, Made sure to write a hell of a narrative for it in case a lawsuit comes out. I told them I would speak on their behalf if I got called into court. Just a really weird situation with everything going on right now. It's starting to make more sense. I have a couple more situations from the schools with medical issues. Like me waiting 9 minutes in my ambulance with a kid actively seizing and telling the school members multiple times I need a faculty member to ride with us to take guardianship of the child, and took 2 attempts to get anyone to come out. If you have any questions, you can email me or text me at redacted.
And the SRO and the patrol officer got into like an argument about why that guy shouldn't have even shown up, and the SRO had it under control.
Meanwhile, you said this kid has a resting heart rate of about
130, correct. He's having the worst day of his life. He just had 500 milligram edible.
Just so we reference, if it's 50 per gummy, so it's a 500 in a little bag.
The two of them ate an entire bag.
Jesus.
So yeah, 250 per, and again, like 5 would.
And it's like that's probably where you guys got the little mix up on the dosage that the children had. I think they either misremembered or misread. Like, oh, all they had was 500 milligrams. No, each gummy was 500 milligrams. It's like I only ever smoked once when I was in middle school. I've never had a gummy before, so I don't know what even close to 500 milligrams would feel like. Hey, babe. What's the highest dosage of gummy have you had before? Ran away. Oh, that is so fucking stupid. Jesus, what an underestimation. Yeah. You had a single 250 milligram gummy before? Or THC? Okay. These children consumed one consumed 6 500 milligram gummies, and another one consumed 4 500 milligram gummies. They were given to that by their gym teacher. They were 11 and 12 years old. Yeah, I know.
Wreck somebody at that.
Yeah.
That level, 50, 250 if they split it.
So they ate the entire
Wild.
bag because it was candy. And so this is all going on, and I believe it was the principal or the
500 total in the bag, but still? No. It's not 500 total in the bag. I'll go back to the thing that he read. Because this is what the EMT wrote up. Right now I'm at 3803. It was a package of 10 gummies. 500 milligrams each, so that's per gummy. The first child ate 6 500 milligram gummies for a total of 3,000 milligrams. The other ate 4 for a total of 2,000 milligrams. So no, each individual gummy was 500 milligrams. They just misread or misremembered it. Wait, the fuck? Yeah. They just, they misread it a little bit, but this is why I read things. I may not read well, but I read. How on earth are those kids alive? God said it wasn't their time yet. That's why they're still alive. God said not yet. You can come back later. Those kids will have long-term health problems. Oh, 100%. It's definitely going to be cardiovascular. Because this is not... If we're having a resting heart rate of 130 for an extended period of time at that age, is not good. And don't forget, these kids are 11 and 12 years old. I know weight is a big factor in some of this, but just think that they're like the average weight for 11, 10, 12 years old. It's just, ugh. Disgusting. I hate it.
And I believe it was the principal or the assistant principal. It was an administrator that had the bag. They had to go into the administrator's office and be like, "Hey, I'm trying to figure out how much drugs these kids had under your supervision. Where's it at?" And she had it sitting underneath her big like metal tumbler, and the EMT said like she was trying to hide it. And when he directly asked her for it, she like reluctantly gives it to him. And he investigates, sees that it's 500 milligrams in the bag. Okay, now he knows. He hands it back to her, takes the kids to the hospital. Comes back, and he's,
Okay, no. I wouldn't have given the bag back to her. I would have brought that with for evidence. I would have brought that with for fucking evidence. Because who knows if she would have just thrown that away. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know where the bag is.
Taking notes. He wants to see the bag again to either take the bag or take a picture of it. We don't know where the bag went.
Oh.
So the evidence just...
I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Oh my god. They're EMT, not the police. They don't get that kind of power. Well, look at this now. The bag was gone. Oh no, where'd it go? I don't know.
Disappeared.
Wait a second. I feel like the destruction, intentional or unintentional, of evidence is like an ongoing theme with the City of Buffalo school system, whether it be video evidence or physical evidence like this bag.
Richard, isn't it crime?
Destruction of evidence? I believe there's something. I'm tisming right now because I believe New York State Penal Code has that.
Sounds like justice is being obstructed.
Now, so like that's pretty bad, but like it's an indicator of the overall problem, right? So they're just not working with first responders in the way that they should. And all the teachers have told me this. They're not allowed to call 911. They have to do everything through the administration. And I interviewed another teacher who wanted to remain anonymous, so we're going to play that clip here in a second. But has a story, and I believe I've shown you guys a video, so we don't have to watch it. We'll just play it for the audience.
When I taught at another school in the city, the music teacher had a student that passed out cold. And this was an probably like a 6th grader. She ran over to my room, the teacher, and she said, you know, so-and-so just passed out on the floor. I can't wake him up. Come help. I went over there. I'm like, we got to call the police. So we called the rule is you have to call an administrator before you call police. You have to. So we call the administrator, and the administrator says, you are not calling anybody. We're going to call the mother and have her come over. And me and this teacher are like, what are you talking about? Like, we can't wake the kid up. Like, we need an ambulance here now. No. The principal came down to our room and stood there while this kid is passed out. Passed out. No ambulance, nothing. Do you think that's crazy? Mom finally shows up. Gosh, I don't even remember how it ended. I know Mom was motherfucking everybody, you know, and shame on me. I was younger back then. But there's always this idea, like always this, you're always scared of like, you're going to get in literally, I don't know what ruling the administrators have, but there's something that they do that you are scared shitless.
Do you remember what ended up happening with the girl? Like, why she passed out? I mean, did she get to the hospital eventually?
She did get to the mom brought her to the hospital. Yeah. And I remember she was back in the building the following week. So.
Okay, this child passed out on the floor for who knows how long. That it took the mother to get to the school, pick her up, bring her to the hospital. She was out recovering for a week. That child could have had so much just like damage done to her. Because we don't know why she passed out. She could have hit her head and passed out, could have been a breathing issue, could have been any amount of issues that would cause a child to pass out. It takes a lot to have a child just fucking conk out like that. What the fuck?
I mean, she was out of school for days after this.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously they probably didn't double back to let you know what the medical issue was. But regardless, I mean, that girl could have been ODing on drugs, and it took, what, 30 minutes, 45 minutes to get mom, drive there from work, pick her up, drive her to the hospital rather than just calling the ambulance?
Yeah, it was probably a good, I would say it was about 20 minutes. I think it was about 20 minutes. It was awful. Awful. Like, we could not wake this student up.
So, I mean, it took this kid an hour to get to the hospital when she lost consciousness and was unresponsive, and she didn't end up making it back to school till the following week.
What I just don't understand is the incentive. Is it just the, whether it's anti-cop sentiments or just trying to make the school seem better than it is, or like it's functioning better than it?
To be honest, I think it's a mix of anti-cop sentiments, probably not wanting any reports on the school record, especially if it turns into a bigger situation than they think it is. And just principals and higher-ups not wanting to deal with it. This is fucked up. Or it's like, especially with how things are right now, do they have students that are there illegally? Like, you know, illegal aliens and everything? Is that why they don't want the cops there? Since New York is a sanctuary state, I believe, like the state as a whole. Or I don't know if it's just New York City that's a sanctuary city. I don't know, because I don't pay attention to them. But could it be that they don't want cops showing up and it's like, oh, but what if they find out that this person's an illegal and why? It's all politically motivated. It sounds like this is entirely politically motivated. Think Buffalo is a sanctuary city? I see. Ugh.
Than it is. Why do they feel like they just have? What is their goal?
I truly believe, on my side, just the overview, stranger to it, haven't deep diving, it is, oh, we need to look good. Look how good. Yeah, we had 17,000 calls, but half of those were just what were they called?
School other.
Yeah, school other, the information only.
It's small stuff. See,
Yeah.
we're really
Miscellaneous.
safe. Yeah, miscellaneous. That we're really safe. You're good to go. Funding, however that works, and you just keep doing that.
Yeah, and then that shithead lawyer that works for the school from Lipschitz Mathis or whatever the fuck that law firm is comes on the news and he's like, actually, the sheer volume of calls that they've contacted the police clearly shows that they're working great with law enforcement. I'm going to conveniently ignore the fact that 54% of the calls were listed as school other. So then we call them out, and that doesn't work. So then they get fucking John J. Flynn, I believe his name is, former district attorney.
His middle name is Jizz.
And the news brings him on, and he fucking is like, well, actually, I was a district attorney, and I promise you that, you know, the whole time, I realized that the dude was only getting charged with misdemeanors for assault and child endangerment, and then Rich came out and said that he was kidnapping, and then the DA, after having a bunch of backlash, magically was like, oh, we are going to charge this guy with felony kidnapping. But, you know, that had nothing to do with the podcast, and I would know because I'm a former DA. What the fucking news didn't tell you is Flynn also works for Lipschitz Mathis or whatever the fuck that law firm is that is directly working for the school board. The entire thing's bullshit and rigged.
So the only people that are talking out or speaking out in their favor are people who have a financial incentive to do so.
Correct.
Huh.
Financial and legal obligation to do so.
Just clarifying.
Isn't that neat? Isn't it cool how the news left that part out, that he's working for the same law firm that protects all the administrators?
You know,
it's crazy the news would do that.
You know, it's funny because Flynn also said that he didn't have any incidents where the school was covering anything up during his tenure at DA at the DA's office as the DA. But you know what, Nick?
It took me all of about 15 minutes to find out that not only was that a fucking lie, you can actually still go on change.org or change.gov and sign a petition to this day demanding that he step down as DA because he refused to prosecute childhood sex crimes appropriately. That's the entire reason they wanted him to step down.
How many thousands of signatures does it have already?
It had 3,500 before I put it out to the internet. There's probably hundreds more because people went and also signed it just from mine. But it was 3,500 people legitimately from Buffalo that would have signed this thing, demanding that he step down for not properly addressing childhood sex crimes.
Do you have any like a single instance of those? Just one of the stories.
So a lot of the story that it goes back to is in years prior when he was the DA. The Archdiocese, the Catholic Church operating in the area of Dubuque, had a priest or multiple priests that had, been accused of childhood sex crimes, whatever, and he apparently did not do his due diligence in investigating and punishing those sex crimes. And I think the Archdiocese of Dubuque is like in a stage of bankruptcy right now because they've been sued so many times. But that being sued is a civil lawsuit.
Right.
Not a criminal lawsuit. So that means that the parents, allegedly, if these kids were assaulted, were having to go into the legal system and file and sue the church individually, and there was no criminal prosecution. And that's why they wanted this guy to step down, is because he was not doing his due diligence and punishing childhood sex crimes. So for him to come out and be like, yeah, I would have never done this as DA, it's bullshit. You did it.
Mm-hmm. Also, one of the specific things that I brought up happened during his tenure. One of the stories where there was a assault at a school pool, and the school principal, this happened 2 years ago while he was DA, and the school principal failed to not declare it, report it. And then a year later, the child that was the victim of it disclosed it to somebody else. Then it became an investigation. But guess what happens after a year? All physical evidence is gone. The video is erased and like recorded over because it's been a year. They only save it for like, let's say even 180 days. That's gone.
Yeah.
And that
is fucking insane, man. Oh, I hate it here. Oh my god. Let me read through some super chats since I know those built up a little bit. Let me do that real quick. Don't want to hear myself and mercenary sounds like self-sabotage to ensure child harm. Yep. Or Turkify, whoever's running these schools clearly value their pension over children. Also correct. Because for some reason, the school board members, principals, everything like that, gets a beefy pension and retirement fund after a while. Salon the Lich, was the principal trying to Jedi mind trick the emergency workers? Those children are not high as a giraffe on a kite. Honestly, it seems like it was like that. Animate acumen, I don't know where this came from, gives to kid. You know, you'd think it would be common sense to, you know, not give children random things you find on the ground. Grulgar, thank you for being a member for 3 months. And God said, don't redeem. Do not redeem. Animated acumen, 100% she likely flushed it. Either flushed it, threw it away, told another member of administration to go dispose of it. Mercenary Lumi, these people want to harm children. Yeah, you see now why I said look at the lawyers? Yep. Lucian, thank you for being a member for 10 months. What a thing to wake up from a nap to. Yeah, it's a lot. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing more about it. And Lucian, thank you for the 20. Lion Fan, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Hey, LumLum, I really hope everyone gets thrown in jail after this. I really hope this causes changes in legislation to stop this in the future. I hope so, too. But at this point, I don't know. I don't know if change is possible at this point.
School principal wrote the DA and said, hey, I'm not going to come in for the subpoena that your office sent me because I did my own investigation and I don't really care. Sent a letter stating why they're going to refuse to respond to the subpoena while he was the district attorney.
I have a question. I do history videos on the internet. If I were to apply at Buffalo schools to be a history teacher with no degree in education or history, do you think that I would get hired?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't have like a teaching degree.
Oh, so I don't have the proper training to be a teacher, yet they don't have any training to be an investigative detective, yet they can host their own investigations, determine that no crimes were conducted, and then not inform law enforcement even though they're a mandatory reporter. That's what you're telling me.
I mean, that's exactly what I would get out of this story. And it also happened during his tenure as DA, which goes against what he was talking about when he went on the news to open his big, fat, stupid mouth.
They're like a slam poetry duet.
Cody, look! What? Not at me.
I love how petty, he is. I adore all of these men. Oh, they're great. Good night, Atari. Have a good sleep. Please don't tell me you got half naked in voice call again on the server. But have a good sleep, Atari. I'll see you in a few hours. Rick is pissed. Yeah.
Look at Brandon.
What? What?
Yeah, that's right, Cody. Those are Style 700s by Turtle Beach.
Do you mean the ones that have an 80-hour battery life with quick charge?
Cody, they're also noise canceling.
Watch. Brandon, put on your headphones.
I don't wanna. The thing I hate about Texas is
I don't wanna. I don't know why, but just the tone of his voice, it just makes me laugh.
these they're horrible. But the food is really good. That's the one thing I have to say about them.
I don't know what you said, but I'm sure I agree with it.
I wish I had those headphones for that.
When I was a kid, I always wanted Turtle Beaches. These were like the be-all, end-all. Like, this is what all the cool kids had. But I was broke, and so now it's cool that I finally have a set.
When I was a kid, those didn't exist.
The Stealth 700s have the first cross-play dual wireless transmitter system, which means you can seamlessly switch between your PC console at the click of a button.
That's a mouthful.
I'll show you a mouth. Turtle Beach doesn't just have amazing headsets. They have every gaming accessory you could ever
love
want
these
in high
ads.
quality with prices that don't break the bank.
Head over to turtlebeach.com and use code UNSUB to get 10% off your entire order.
Buy a beach turtle.
Kill them. After your purchase, they're going to ask you where you heard about their amazing.
Oh yeah, Mooseman wants to get one of these or something like this for when he does fighting games. I want to get him one of these one day. Either I forget which one he wants, the big one or the little one. Hey babe, for when you do fighting games, that gamepad thing that you wanted, did you want like the big one or did you want like the smaller ones with the little thingy at the bottom? Goes choo choo choo. The 3 button instead of a joystick? Okay. Okay.
Products. Please tell them Unsubscribed sent you.
Get the ultimate immersive gaming experience with Turtle Beach today.
The Stealth 700s give me an edge and escape from Tarkov. I can hear footsteps way better.
And if we know Cody loves one thing, it's edging.
Head over to turtlebeach.com. We love you.
Buy a hammer, go to the beach, find a turtle.
Wasn't there also allegedly another potential sex crime that was conducted, and when the law enforcement officer showed up to investigate it, all the administration and teachers had gone home for the day, so he couldn't do his job?
Yes, there's 2 new stories that have come out.
New?
When was it? Okay, when was this?
Since our original.
This has
What?
been this has been since. This is while they're now facing intense scrutiny, this is what they're still up to.
We are like B-Day plus 22 or something right now.
So I'm going to tell you, I think one that's more telling that is a better picture because it's all on body cam. So I was made aware of an incident that happened at a Buffalo school that happened, and I don't know the call number yet. So you can't even ask me about it. All I have is information from individuals that were there. School, police, EMT, not going to say who. Just saying that information was given to me by a couple different sources. And the information is that a sexual assault had occurred at the school, at some school. I haven't confirmed it yet, but I know that it happened because of the people that are telling me about it. A sexual assault happened at a school in the city of Buffalo. Officers responded to that school. The officers asked the staff for information, and let me rephrase that. It was assault. It was just a normal assault. It was a 2 students had beaten up a janitor or somebody to that effect within the school. So the janitor was basically stomped pretty bad.
These like high school age kids?
I believe so.
Okay.
The janitor is stomped pretty bad and beaten up by these kids. Jumped.
Jesus.
The officers go to the school. They talk to the principal and say, hey, this is serious. We need the video of it. And also, we need to know these kids' names. And the school principal said, no.
What?
Not giving you anything. Not giving you the kids' names. And they're like, okay, but they're suspects in a crime. They jumped somebody at your school. They attacked basically one of your staff. We need to know who these people are. Even if we're not going to make an arrest and we go throughout the whole process and we get them counseling, something needs to start. We need their names. The principal.
You know, I hate being this person. Or you could probably guess the reasons why they don't want to give the children's names out for stomping on a school janitor. There's probably a couple reasons. Just a couple.
Refused, called up legal counsel, said legal counsel also told me to tell you to kick rocks. I'm not going to do that. This is all on body cam. And then the officers had the wherewithal to say, hey, here's the supporting deposition. I want you to sign the supporting deposition stating that you are refusing to give me the names of the suspects that assaulted your staff because they're individuals that go to your school. And she signed it.
Oh my God.
So
what the fuck?
So she wrote the deposition. I'm refusing per legal counsel, if I'm not mistaken. I'm refusing per legal counsel. At least I'm refusing to give you the names of the children, juveniles, 17, 18, who gives a shit, that assaulted one of my members of staff.
So they don't care about any staff, or it's just how their reputation is all they give a shit about. Because they're not protecting their own, and they're not protecting the kids.
They're not protecting anybody. So now these 2 kids can go, they've got carte blanche. Why not go assault another staff member? Yeah. Why not go assault some kids? Teachers, or the principal's not going to give any of my information away to the police. So there you go. Families that have their kids in schools, the principals are allowing juveniles that are assaulting grown adults to remain around your children with no recourse. If your kid's being bullied at a Buffalo public school and you're not getting the response that you think you require to address that issue, this is your red flag. You might want to get involved.
And I believe there's actually a couple of class actions right now against the Buffalo public school
Yeah,
system.
there's now ads going around Facebook and ads
Nice.
getting mailed out by law firms that are basically asking people like, hey, this is apparently a prevalent issue. Get a hold of us if you want to.
Wait, hold on. I want to see. Hold on. I want to see. Buffalo, New York. No, Buffalo. School system. Class action lawsuit. No, that's discrimination, but I still want to see what that is. This is from 2024. Hold on. 2021. So this wouldn't be the first class action lawsuit against Buffalo schools. Announcement of a federal lawsuit against Buffalo City School District for open and systematic discrimination of LGBT students. That's one class action. Buffalo schools to join class action lawsuit against social media companies. Okay, so they joined in on this lawsuit against social media companies, though. Okay, but why are they joining a lawsuit for social media companies? Was this during the whole Instagram thing? Hold on. Cross County have already joined this lawsuit. Now Buffalo School doing it well. Hire more counselors, trained. Okay, yeah, no, this was during the Instagram thing. I remember this. I remember this one. On Facebook, Instagram, to be addictive for teens and young children. Yeah, I remember this one. This was for social media apps causing mental distress, addiction, and other things in children and like young children and teens. This was a whole thing. They also named TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube. I'm sure we remember that like conference and everything that like Mark Zuckerberg and everyone was talking at last year. I'm sure you guys remember that. That was all over Twitter. It was when all the super rich dudes were like, oh, we're so sorry. Please forgive us. Yeah, I remember that one. Okay. They'll focus on that, but they won't focus on the actual egregious shit that's going on in their schools. Okay.
Us to take a legal suit against Buffalo schools.
And this is, I guarantee, we've talked about it, but this has got to be way more. Buffalo's a great starting point, but y'all need to rally too and figure out if this is happening in your districts and start expanding and asking for this information.
Yep.
Because
So-
this is definitely nationwide thing.
I did
guarantee it.
I did even more digging on the Shane Cronin case, the alleged kidnapping at the magnet school with the museum.
Go on.
I have written testimonies from teachers that were there that day.
Oh, interesting.
Blurt out. They got a hold of me, and they told me that one, they were taken aback and disgusted when they watched our podcast because this individual
Because we belched or because we were drinking?
No, because they were there that day
Oh.
and had to hear that there was an alleged kidnapping.
Caesar's M.
They found out from us that there was an attempted kidnapping that day,
What the
not
fuck?
from the administration. I have the Buffalo Schools handbook and how they handle emergency situations. The Buffalo School District has 3 states of emergency. They have shelter in place, lockout, and lockdown. Shelter in place is something for like inclement weather outside. Hey, there's a tornado or winds or a flood. It's not safe to leave the building. Stay inside. Lock out is, hey, there's an external threat to the school that we're worried may come in. We're going to lock the exterior doors to the school so nobody can get inside. Lock down is, there's an interior threat to the school. All of the teachers need to take the kids in the classrooms, lock the doors to the classrooms, and then take a roll call so we can account for every child. Going
Some
back
would
to the
call that
testimony.
foreshadowing.
Quote, during the active intruder gaining entry into the school building through the museum doors, school staff were never instructed to go on lockdown, but only shelter in place.
Oh, well, this isn't a storm. Go on.
Certainly not a storm, especially for a grown man breaking into a school. That would be a lockdown situation where you locked the school doors.
Breaking into the school for the purpose of kidnapping 2 children.
Whether they knew that or not at the time, yes. Breaking in is an interior threat. They should have been on lockdown. Continuing the quote, I do know that the assistant principal was attacked by this man as he attempted to gain entry to the second floor hallway, which contains 3rd through 5th graders. After the police arrived, the intruder was apprehended in the museum. Nothing in regards to further safety precautions were taken or offered to the students or staff at School 59 that day. The children and staff were not released from the building, and the day continued as if...
Wait, hold on. He skipped over the sentence. 3rd and 5th grade classrooms, and that he successfully made it into a classroom on that floor, causing destruction of the classroom and its contents. So, okay, this guy got into a classroom, fucked up that classroom. He managed to leave the classroom, exit the school, and go back into the museum, because that's where he was caught. What the fuck?
If nothing had happened. Parents were also not made aware of the incident until a letter went home with every student the following day. So yeah, they didn't tell the parents the day that it happened. They instead sent home a mass letter with all of the elementary school kids. So who knows if the parents even got those letters. I wish I knew what the letter said, but obviously I don't live in Buffalo, so that would be really hard for me to, get a copy. Oh wait, no, I'd have to fucking copy the letter. Oh, good. The letter. Dear parents and caregivers, as you know, safety and the well-being of our students is a top priority on Tuesday, February 11th.
That's how he was said. They were. Wow. Man, that caught me off guard.
You know what's really funny about letters like this is you can just say whatever the fuck you want.
I guess so. Hey, do these ones have untruths in them? Keep going.
Oh, we're going to get there. On Tuesday, February 11th, we had an incident where a man entered our school through the museum without permission. In response, the school was placed in a brief shelter in place. So if you guys want to say that it's an untruth that you didn't go on lockdown, I have your letter from your fucking principal saying that you went into shelter in place, which is not the appropriate protocol.
Boo. Boo schools. Boo.
And we immediately notified the Buffalo police, who responded within minutes and arrested the man. The school is also using this as an opportunity to evaluate and reinforce its safety protocols to help ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. District officials and Buffalo Public School Security also met on Wednesday with the museum leadership to discuss the situation. Buffalo's Public Schools Crisis Prevention and Response Team and other support personnel have been and will continue to be available to students and teachers. As parents, you may want to talk with your child as well. If your child exhibits any indications of emotional distress, we suggest that you listen to him or her. If they need to talk, answer their questions simply, honestly, and possibly over and over again. Please feel free to contact the school with any concerns or questions you may have. Thank you for your continued support. Sincerely, Principal Mark Shoemaker. So if you have questions about their concerns, they want you to contact them at the phone number 716-816-337-0.
I would have concerns.
That is
I think I would have concerns.
I have
Dr.
concerns.
Charles Drew Science Magnet, Buffalo School, number 59. So yeah, attempted kidnapping, didn't tell any of the parents, didn't go into lockdown while there was a grown man attempting to kidnap children inside the school.
Fighting assistant principals. Breaking into more classrooms.
According to this testimony of the teacher that was there, he actually made it into a classroom and destroyed the classroom with the teacher inside. Wasn't sure if there was kids in there or not, but regardless, that teacher who was in a classroom that this man broke into, opened the door because nobody told her to lock the doors because she didn't go into lockdown, would have been an issue.
And that when they said that they called the police within minutes or something like that, that's all fucking lie too, right?
I don't know the exact response time, but the fact of the matter is everything that they can control, like, hey, go on to lockdown and lock your doors. There's a man in here trying to kidnap kids. They didn't do. And then they didn't tell the parents the gravity of the situation. They're like, oh yeah, there was an incident. We had to go into shelter in place. Didn't mention that he attempted to kidnap kids. Didn't mention to the parents that he assaulted a principal. Didn't do any of that shit.
I mean, that can escalate so fastly. Just if that is a shooter or a situation like that, that's how you can see how bad that will get without, hey, announcing to all the administration somebody's in doing this. Instead, that a person breaks into a elementary school.
It's like that school is lucky as shit that this person just attempted to kidnap a couple kids. It's like, it's bad when that is the, like, best case scenario. It was an attempt and he failed that attempt of kidnapping 2 children. What if he had a knife? What if he was going in to specifically hurt people? Like, for example, that one dude in fucking, the UK, where he went to a, like, that dance studio and just went in to stab children. He stabbed, what was it, 3 girls? He just walked on in there. It could have been so much fucking worse. Taylor Swift dance class, yeah. Oh my god, when I first was reading up on that, and I was watching interviews, oh my god, that broke my fucking heart. And all of those kids were elementary school age. But if he had a gun because schools are gun-free zones, yeah. It's not the people, it's the knives that are the problem. Yeah, it's... fucking god. I hope like, just everybody who failed at their fucking job gets sued into the ground. That they are blacklisted from ever working in schools around children or have any type of authority over anyone ever again. They do not deserve that. They don't deserve that privilege. I hope that these people are just scraping the bottom of the barrel, hoping that they can survive. I don't care. Fuck them.
Room and destroys the room.
There's a grown-ass man in the school who should not be here.
Yes.
Who has gained access.
Yes, that would be considered an interior threat, which under their own criteria in their fucking manual that they got to write, they should have been on lockdown. And they didn't. Neat.
Damn.
Do you think anybody will be held accountable for that?
Nope.
Well, no, not yet. It's become overwhelmingly apparent to me that the Buffalo District Attorney is not interested in actually getting people in trouble for this, and that the school board is desperately trying to protect themselves, and not all of them. There's multiple people on the school board. I've looked into every member. Half to the slight majority of the school board is actually great people that are involved for the right reasons. There's 3 or 4 people that are piles of shit on that school board.
It's almost like a fraternity of shit.
Or a sorority.
Or a sorority of shit.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, I tried to dig into this, but I can't. Obviously, I can't access the AKA sorority records.
Alpha, Kappa,
but
Alpha.
allegedly, I've heard from multiple teachers and employees of Buffalo School District that the superintendent and multiple people on the Buffalo School Board that all vote together and are the ones dragging this out and preventing it so that she can retire are all members of the same sorority. So they're just looking out for each other and not the kids. Allegedly.
Is that the wine guzzler too? Is the wine guzzler one?
I believe so.
What do you know?
Oh my God.
What do you know? The superintendent and the wine guzzler working together. So the wine guzzler who flips off people that are worried about their school and says so on a Zoom meeting, well, she gets to keep her job.
And who is the DA that's completely disinterested in this, by the way?
Oh, what is his name? What the fuck is his name? That guy that got a DUI in 1984? That guy that got a DUI in 1984 for, what was it? I believe he was driving under the influence down the wrong lane with no headlights. He then attempted to evade the police. After getting stopped, did a field sobriety test and then after he failed the field sobriety test, attempt to escape police custody, injuring a police officer in the process. He then he comes from a very, from what I was able to read, he comes from a very like affluent, well-connected family in the area. And he was directly asked by the news when this came out during his election if his father's status had anything to do with the fact that these felony charges for evading cops, injuring a cop, if his dad had anything to do with the fact that those cases were then pleaded down to misdemeanors. I believe he had like 90 days of probation or something and like a $250 fine. And then the courts actually sealed the records so they couldn't be pulled up against him again.
Wow. Okay. Well, time for me to, say my usual things that I do about rich people. I fucking hate rich people. They can literally slaughter an entire city's worth of people, but just because their daddy has a lot of money and they have decent connections with other people, they will get away with literally anything and everything. I fucking hate rich people. Fuck these rich fuckers. Fuck everybody who can just get away with literally anything because they have money, because they have connections. Fuck the Nepo babies. Fuck the connections. Fuck all of you. All of you deserve to go in a hole and be buried alive. Get buried alive. Try to see if your money will help dig you out of your fucking grave. Don't give them shovels. Don't give them a spoon to try to get them out. Just give them a couple $100 bills and they have to use those to dig themselves out. Just the paper. See if their money helps them then. Fuck them. Fuck all of them. Rules for thee, but not for me. Fuck them. I'm so tired, man. Oh my god. Why is it always the rich fuckers? What? Oh yeah, I know. Money. Fucking money. I hate all of them. Fucking hate all of them. Every single fucking one of them. Okay, let's continue.
But they accidentally got released during a FOIA request. Oh. So they got leaked out anyways.
No, I know that you've never said it. You've never said it, but I've heard people who have, that maybe his daddy's connections were the reason why that didn't turn out worse.
Yeah, I mean, that would kind of make sense.
Well, but that happened in the past. You shouldn't judge somebody off their past.
Wait a second. I get judged off my past all the time.
Wait.
I'm controversial. Guys, you forgot. I made funny videos on the internet. I called a kid fat one time and got in a car accident. I was not, but kind of was, on the Brady list per Channel 2. I'm the guy you shouldn't listen to, and I understand now why the news shit on me all these years for being a bad person. I've learned my lesson. I think I've grown.
Is there a single person in that binder who doesn't have a, I don't know what you would call it, maybe a rocky history?
Not really, no. But I think I've come up with a solution. So I don't have faith that the DA is going to do his job. The Buffalo School Board is going to try to drag this out as long as humanly possible to hoping to God everybody forgets. So my answer to this is, I've looked into it. It takes about somewhere between 85 and 110,000 votes to swing a federal election in the state of New York. So if you were a federal law enforcement agency like the FBI and you got 100,000 fucking complaints about the Buffalo School Boards emailed to you, do you think maybe the federal government would get involved at that point?
Boy, I couldn't ignore that if I wanted to, if I was a member of the Federal Bureau of Investigation or Attorney General's office. It would be impossible for me to ignore that. In fact, I think I would have to look at it. Considering the volume of complaints, I would have to take that as some sort of serious event that needs an investigation.
You would be a fool not to.
It would be foolish not to, yes.
And you want to be transparent, too.
Even if you wanted to cover it up because the government doesn't like holding itself accountable, do you think that the federal level government would spin around and hold a school board and local government accountable, knowing that if they didn't, it would sway an entire federal election?
I think that could be possible. You know, the governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul, actually had a response to the investigation that's going on, well, lack of investigation that's going on in the city of Buffalo. And I'm going to have to pull it up real quickly because I don't want to be misquoted for my governor. I would hate to put words in her mouth.
Kathy Hochul. Hold on, wasn't Kathy Hochul the same one that said that that kids in the Bronx didn't know what laptops were? Or was that another New York government official that said that kids in the Bronx don't know what a laptop or a computer is? I don't remember which one it was, but all I know is that it was a woman.
But this little...
That was Hochul? But they don't know what a laptop computer is. Hold on, now I want you know what? I'm gonna look for that while this is playing.
Podcast where people burp and are foul and drink alcohol has brought these allegations to the point where the governor is making a fucking response.
Well, I apologize. It's not the governor. It's the governor's press office. So she's obviously very busy and couldn't comment on the second largest school district in the entire state. Her hometown, actually.
Really?
You know, these things.
Oh, hold on. I got it. Hold on. Just because it's funny as hell. Give me a second. Oh, Rim Rim is on.
And in fact, I talked to a lot of other people, said, I wish my governor had thought of that first. I said, no, this is New York. We like to be first, with all due respect to people from other states. It's sort of our attitude. You know, we will be the best, we will be the first, and I want others to follow, because right now we have, you know, young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't.
We have young black kids in the Bronx that don't even know what the word computer is. Oh my god. What a stupid. Oh god. Oh, that is funny. Uh-oh, Democrat accidentally slipped up and told you what she really thinks. Poor kids are just as smart as white kids, LumLum. I know. Oh, Kathy fucking Hochul.
Is happening, which she's busy. I can understand. So she would have to have her press office make the statement of, it is our understanding that there are active investigations by law enforcement regarding certain allegations, as well as the internal review by the school district, which hasn't happened yet.
Which is a lie, because they haven't even announced who's going to start the investigation. So that's not true.
And we await the results of those reviews. So if I'm understanding this correctly, it would be that Governor Kathy Hochul's office, maybe her, because I don't know if they got this to her yet. Hopefully somebody can get it to her, are aware that the ongoing abduction case is still, well, ongoing. But yet they are willing to wait for the Buffalo school systems to complete their own internal investigation, which, Nick, that one investigation from 3 years ago, is that out yet to the public?
The shooting at McKinley High School?
Yeah.
No, that hasn't been released.
Noted.
Neither.
This is the first time I've heard of this.
I believe the other investigation regarding the stabbing at Riverside High School, that investigation's results have also never been released.
Okay, so those investigations, although they are ongoing, even though they haven't actually started the investigation currently for that school, even though those ones are done and we've never gotten the results for it, the governor's office is going to wait on the investigation from the Buffalo School District, who's never shared anything about their investigations before, to complete before any
You know, again, if there's investigations from schools involving the safety of children, there should be no, oh no, we can't release this to the public. You can redact names. You can do what you, like, do what you must to, like, you know, keep individuals safe that need to be kept safe. But you should not be able to keep that locked away from the public. That is insane.
Anything happens. So,
what a hilarious non-statement. We are aware that some things are being looked to, and we wish them luck.
Yep.
And wait,
So my
school
solution-
shooting. What?
It was outside the school. It was like a gang thing. Like a kid ran up on the school and shot a security guard while trying to shoot another
Jesus.
child during dismissal. So there was a lot of kids out there.
What the
and
fuck?
our department
That sounds like initiation. That sounds like... There's a lot of fucked up things that gangs try to do, or like try to have children do as a gang initiation. Either from killing somebody, beating someone to the point of almost death, and stealing from them. There's a lot of very weird but fucking dangerous gang initiations. Ugh. I remember there was one, I forgot which gang this is for. But essentially it was like, you know, baiting cars to like either pull over or run them off the road. And then you would have to pull the driver out, and whoever is in the car, and steal the car and return it to the gang leaders. I don't remember which one it was, but that was one of them that I heard.
flooded the area because we thought it was going to be like a planned school shooter. It was more gang violence, but nonetheless still a shooting at the school. The security guard was wounded, and I think somebody else, I think a student, don't quote me on that, but that's what happened.
And they just said that
they said they did their own investigation, and that investigation is not shared. That's what we talked about
It is
earlier.
not released to the public
because it's attorney-client privilege.
Yeah. So they have a pretty good history of not sharing results of the investigation, which would concern everybody. So I think my solution now would be to put up the email of the FBI, and we'll put it in the description as well. And you can email
I think it would
the
also
FBI.
be like right here on the screen.
And let them know, hey, you should probably be looking at Buffalo Public Schools. And then if, I don't know, this video gets 1 million views and we can rely on 10% of you to take 30 seconds out of your day to shoot an email, and then the FBI gets 100,000 emails, which is enough to sway a federal election, we get to do this cool thing where we pit the government against itself and watch it eat itself alive. Oh, and what's even funnier is Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, came out 10 days ago and took a hardline stance on protecting kids in school. So this is almost like me walking up and putting a home run ball on the tee for them to make an example out of somebody.
That was 10 days ago? Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Weird.
What happened there? Anyway, I'm going to make this simple for all of you that are listening. I don't care if you think that the other 10% are going to do it for you. You, on your phone, right now, you should probably send an email to somebody saying to look at the Buffalo Public School program and that it's an issue.
Don't swear.
this is
Don't
not-
like just spam
Please,
memes.
please
like,
don't get on there and be like, this is Epstein's Island 2.0. There's a crazy ring. There's not. We're not saying that. The school administration has harbored a culture of not valuing children's safety as the highest priority. And because of that, we think that children are continually getting put in danger they don't need to get put in.
Nick, do you think that we could have, like, I don't know, a template email that we could put up
Oh,
in
like
the
if,
description?
like if I wrote a letter that people could...
Are you going to send email, LumLum? Yes, I am. I will right after stream.
just, you know,
copy and
paste and put it right into the email and send it 100,000 times. Yeah, we could do that.
Be a shame if that was in the description.
Huh. No. We're going to put that in the description.
Oh, like that makes it even easier. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that after stream. since I will be putting legal name on there because I don't think my VTuber name would count. Or actually, hold on, no, I'll send two. One via my VTuber, the other one via my personal account. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Let me hide that for a second real quick just so I can pull up my email. Decompose. Okay. Yeah. Email. Let's see. Need email. X account. Letter, email, DM. See, what time is this? 109:54. Is it just tips.fbi.gov? Tips.fbi.gov, I think, right? Yeah, I think it's it. Alright, subject. There we go. Instruction for how to navigate the FBI website. Or hold on, do they have it via the actual website, right? Emergency call 911. Is it submit a tip? Report suspicious activities. Report fraud, internet-based fraud, drug-related. Oh, it's in the comments. Okay. Public corruption. Okay. We're on tips page. Okay, which one is it? Under public corruption. I don't see it. Oh, submit tip first. Oh, okay. I understand that. Yes. Okay, there we go. Federal crime. Counterintelligence, civil rights, counterterrorism, cybercrime, violent crime, fugitive. Corruption. Public corruption. Info on subject, yes. Subject is a business. Cool. This name, Buffalo Public School System. Let's see. Government officials unknown, police involved. The government officials unknown. Police involved, no. Evidence unknown. How do you learn? Statement made by Detective Richard High. Description. Okay. Description of this. So copy, paste. Continue, behalf of someone else. Again. Someone else, students of the Buffalo Public School System. First name, students. Continue. Ugh. Save. Unmark, 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 unmark. Continue. For the other agency. I think we can report it to the state. I'll do that later. Yeah, too lazy to fill that out. Submit tip. There we go. Oh no, I didn't submit anything. Well, I didn't put down my own personal information. Because you could do it anonymously. Don't forget, you can do it anonymously, everybody. Okay. Drop the link in the description. Alright. Oh yeah, the Attorney General complaint form is on there as well. Here, let me share a link to the video for everyone. This is to the podcast. And then they have everything in the description as well. So, do your part, make a report.
And maybe the website to do so is going to be right here. Maybe it's right fucking here.
Can we do anything with the was it the change one where we do
Change.org?
That's a petition.
A petition.
Would that help at all? Also, if
I
we
think
stack with it, or just the emails is the main thing right now.
I think the petition. I don't want to say no. I want to leave all options open. But at this moment, with my governor's office being aware of it and then choosing to sit back, I think that it has to be the FBI or the AG's office
Not that one.
that is bombarded with people caring.
I'm doing my part.
So that it is unignorable. I would also really like the New York governor's office and like senators like Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand to also be bombarded with the same email.
So could we CC? What we'll do in the description then is put those emails in for you to CC,
Copy,
add.
paste right into send to. You know what'd be really funny is if at one of the school board meetings we just had unsub live in the parking lot.
Oh my
They
God.
should.
I wanted to go to the first one so bad. Maybe I just get somebody with a camera and I go to one of the next ones.
What are they going to do? Call the cops?
Well, if they do, they might just...
That's the catch-22. That is the fucking...
It's like, please, have them do unsub live at one of the meetings. Please, that'd be fucking hilarious.
Finally, you're doing what we wanted.
Call the police.
I've always wanted to get a
The
mug
cops
shot.
storm in. Let me guess, you guys are here for school other.
What was one of the most wild things during all of this?
Honestly, the craziest part for me is just like the saddest part for me is just the sheer volume of teachers that I've talked to that all said the same thing. Like, and I made sure intentionally to do it unprompted. Like, I didn't want to ask, like, hey, do you feel like the Buffalo School Board is tying your hands behind your back, preventing you to do the right thing, and you're scared of retaliation if you do the right thing? I made sure to not mention that they all organically brought that up themselves. Like, all these teachers that I've talked to are phenomenal people that, like, genuinely really, really care about these kids and want to do the best they possibly can for them. And they all feel that the school board and its policies are preventing them from keeping those kids safe and doing the right thing. And they are all, with the exception of people that have already been retaliated against extensively, 95% of them are all extremely terrified of being retaliated against. And I have the interviews, and we've already played one of those interviews where he says, I've seen people's... They said they've seen people's careers get ruined by this.
Which should never be the case. And the goal, I think the goal also should be, I think we said it in the past, was repercussions for not addressing this should outweigh repercussions for addressing. It's like, oh, you might get fired, but the people that get fired, if you get fired for that, they're going to prison. It is making examples if you don't
if you
report it.
obstruct.
Yes,
if you
report.
if you're the low guy that's afraid of losing their job, and you've been in a place of fear, and you made a mistake and didn't report something, you're not the person we're upset with. We're upset with the people that put you in that position, that made you fear for your job and your livelihood, that are preventing you from doing the right thing. And because they're preventing you, it's creating this culture of fear and making you, along with others, afraid of the repercussions from your overseers or administrators. And that is why these issues aren't being handled.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because it reminds me of something that I was thinking when you made a post the other day.
Like, okay, thinking about this, wouldn't the teachers essentially have whistleblower protection, or are there no whistleblower protections for teachers? Is there? Is there whistleblower protections for teachers? Yes, teachers are generally protected by whistleblower protections. I mean, since there are protections, and also since teachers are mandated reporters anyway, their job should be safe from shit. Can still make their lives a living hell, yes. But still, that means they can't be blacklisted from any other teaching positions either. Whistleblowers get protection? Maybe some that aren't part of the Boeing whistleblower stuff, because usually somehow a bullet ends up between their eyes. That's always a weird little coincidence.
Where they're trying to basically just stick it to this one guy, the guy with the kidnapping charge.
Yeah.
They're just trying to just stick everything to him and like, see, we did something about it. And it's like, no. See, this is like the, give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man to fish kind of situation.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's getting charges. That's fucking great.
You're treating the symptom, not the cause.
Exactly.
We want to treat the cause.
If the people responsible for the culture that is built in Buffalo public school systems don't get some sort of accountability, this is all for nothing.
100%.
What's next on this?
Well, next, I sit back and laugh as the FBI launches an investigation into the Buffalo School Board and the District Attorney of Erie County.
And we also get to watch the civil suit go on. Civil suit, yes, but the
class action
lawsuit with all these people that have had their children wronged go against the Buffalo City Schools.
And then I sit back and I watch and I wait. As these people, the school board members have elections coming up in 2 months. So if you guys don't unfuck this, I'm going to get involved in that. And then
I think all of us are also available to testify.
He did this for free. I think we can get involved now.
I think we might have.
I have it in my calendar in 2028. The District County Attorney of Erie County also goes up for re-election. I'm going to get involved in that election too if he doesn't unfuck himself. And just so you guys understand, if you haven't grasped what I mean by that, we've been involved in elections before. Brandon, how did that one election that we were involved in go? That federal congressional election?
Running against an incumbent, who I believe incumbents have a 93% re-election rate in this country.
And how much money did he have over?
I think it was about 10 to 1.
10 to 1?
Spent about 10 to 1. Took him to a runoff, which was very expensive. I think he budgeted $3 million for his election. He had to spend 13.
Oh, interesting.
And he barely snuck by with 400 votes in a runoff election that he was not financially prepared for.
Huh.
So
we didn't even get to say that kid was putting children in danger.
Or failed to put children in a better position than when they started.
So, I mean, whatever. We're going to give your opponent hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of free good press, and we're going to give you hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in free bad press. And I got enough money. I'll buy billboards all over Buffalo to shit all over you.
Well, you know.
Again, I love all of them here. All of these men are fucking amazing. I love all of them. They're all so petty. Oh my god. It's beautiful. We need more energy like this out in the world. We need more just concentrated pettiness in the world. Bad bitch energy? Yes. Can't wait for Nick's billboards. It's gonna be great. Again, even though I am just a drop in the pond, I will happily help with whatever I can with these dudes. Even though I know probably a vast majority of my audience are already fans of theirs, I will do what I can.
Oh,
funny story.
That might have already started. Not from me, but from people in the community who want to let you know how they feel.
by somebody who lives in Buffalo.
By somebody who lives in Buffalo.
Dude, those DMs are wild. Like, hey, it costs more, but it's worth it. And these are just.
There are random people that are doing God's work in the city of Buffalo by putting up billboards. Can't wait to see you in June.
God,
You know what
we
I mean?
got the
Hell yeah.
orbital autism space laser on this fucking city.
Yes. It's like rods of
How
God.
much-
There's just
Puzzle pieces clicking into place.
of titanium.
Is there any legal reason that I couldn't sell yard signs pertaining to this incident?
No.
On Bunker just for cost
As
to
a
break even on
private
them?
citizen, I don't think there is.
Oh. I'm
Freedom
gonna
of
look into
speech,
getting
baby.
yard signs for the city of Buffalo.
Well, you know what?
On Bunker branding.
We could probably, yeah. Maybe do
I'll
that.
sell them at cost. I don't need to make any money off that.
Yeah.
I'll do that for the fun.
Dude, what should those yard signs say? If only the comments section could help us out.
Only
with
the card. Slogans and designs, people. I want to see them.
We're going to do one of the name things.
Don't get drenched in the bullshit.
Okay, guys, I don't care if it's AI art or not, or just the most retarded fucking posters that you guys can think of and what stupid shit they could say. You guys need to submit designs. I don't care if it's posted on Twitter, or I can make a whole channel on the Discord. You guys can just drop your designs, and I will just make a Twitter thread tagging all of them, saying, my community came up with these various designs. Here you go. I don't know if that's something you guys want to put your little, creative brains to. It's just like a project in elementary school. I'm late to this. What type of poster? Posters to hand out in Buffalo, New York about the corruption in the school system. To recruit Boog for the job.
Don't be a cog.
Yeah, don't be a cog. Don't be a cog.
Buffalo School Board for unemployment.
Classifieds.
And anything for you, Rich, on any final closing statements on what you want to see or done or just personal?
I think that if you've watched it this far, we've laid out a compact and easy plan for you. There is a cut and pasta for you to email exactly who you need to email. We're even telling you who to email. That is the smallest, easiest thing you could do. And you can do it literally as we're sitting here bullshitting with one another. Everything other than that, on top of that, is whipped cream and a cherry on top of a sundae. I look forward to the signs. Can't wait to see what you degenerates write down in the comments for potential signs. I bet you the highest voted one is going to be despicable, and I love it. Continue your fantastic use of social media in the bullying of journalists.
Thank you for bringing that up.
You're welcome. And the checks and balances that you provide to local news media when they decide not to cover something or to potentially skew what the story should be about. That is very appreciative. And also, love
What channel is
reading
this
the
video on?
comments whenever
This
you
is
do
on the
that in those
Unsubscribe
spaces as well.
podcast.
To quote the donut operator, bully journalists.
Yeah, absolutely.
There
They're
you
not
go.
people.
They're barely even real.
Except for Ben.
Ben is
Ben
nice.
Ben T's great.
Ben and Nate Benson.
We'll have to discuss something and figure out something for our own news for Pepperbox.
Oh, I mean, if this
If
goes
those
well, we
two-
might own channel 2, so. I'm waiting for
The
that
gang
apology
gets a
channel
news
2.
channel.
That better be the fucking headline.
Oh, yeah.
If you think we're kidding, we're fucking not.
WGRZ, I've already contacted a defamation lawyer in New York.
Oh,
He's
you
the
did?
biggest
Okay, good.
dickhead I could find. So, headline, WGRZ sincerely apologizes to senior Buffalo SVU detective Richard High. I want a full article about how you guys this up.
I promise you that will be much less expensive.
I really want to change your name and own you to Buffalo WGRZ. And our shirts are gonna say "come." We're gonna make you come watch our channels.
That's
my goal.
Our lawyers are going to do foul things to you.
Yes, absolutely foul. Which, by the way, is a shirt now.
Is it really?
On the Unsub channel. It is. We made a
Nice.
shirt that says "absolutely foul" because it was such a good headline. We couldn't just leave it away. So we've got the bad bitch stuff. We've got the new "absolutely foul" shirt for Unsub.
And all of the money
I
from
need
that
all of
will
those.
go toward
My
helping
legal
make
fund.
Make
What?
this fun.
Yeah, to making this fun. All the money going to that is just going to be used in the most pivotal way.
If we get arrested for this somehow, the mug shots are going to be fucking hard. I like it.
If our mug
That's an
shots
album
can be
cover.
on a mug.
I want the
Mug-
Johnny Cash T-shirt. Yeah, the mug shot.
When I got arrested, I should have got a mug shot. I really missed out.
Senior SVU detective admits to being arrested.
I know, that's the entire article. That's it. FOIA request.
You're not a real man if you haven't been arrested.
What was that for?
Oh, I got in a fight with a drug dealer.
Oh, really? No shit.
Yeah.
Huh.
It was off duty, and me and my buddy called
that's fucking
911.
funny.
And then the next day, like after the police showed up, and they tased one of the guys that we fought because he was throwing bricks at us and trying to fight the cops.
Oh, I know this story.
Yeah, we were like, "Oh, hey, thanks for showing up, guys. We appreciate it. You can see they're an issue." And then I drove away, and then the next day or two, I got like a call, and they were like, "You got to go to court." And I was like, "For what?" And they're like, "The drug dealer you fought wants to press charges." I'm like, "That's what?"
Reverse Uno.
Yeah, I was like, "What a reverse Uno card?" I was like, "What?"
Reverse Uno.
Okay,
no,
I
I'm
guess-
pressing
I guess.
charges against
Sure.
you.
Well,
You're mean.
Richard, thank you so much for having trust in all of them, and then all of us, and the fortitude to starting it here.
Yeah, that sucked.
A month ago,
The
dude.
first couple of days sucked real bad. So
No.
thank you for coming to having my back. The first couple of days sucked real bad.
He was super stressed. Cannot stress that enough. Is you were worried, and once you've seen the love, it was, and the support, it was instant. You said it was like,
Yeah, it was like a weight off my shoulders. The community, like, you came in hard for me, and I appreciate that. I can't repay you for that.
so thank you all. Like, seriously, thank all of you for that. And then thank you, buddy. We appreciate you and we love you.
What can I say? I'm pretty. I do a lot of stupid
You are
shit. I'm just
pretty.
glad that you guys can back me up on half of it.
And Nick, you autistic. Thank you so much for doing this level of research.
I can't
Holy
wait.
shit.
I can't wait to hand that over to the FBI.
We've got so much more than the binder. A lot of it's digital on my part.
I have a lot of I have interviews recorded. I have hundreds, maybe thousands of emails.
He's so autistic. He tried to print out a video on this, and he just kept
I was about to
poking
make
the
that
paper.
joke.
Yeah.
I seen the play button. I was like, push it. It can work. Thank you guys so freaking much. On that note, Cody.
Bye, everyone. Thank you for joining the Unsubscribed podcast. Today, I was joined by...
Oh, man. These men are a gift. These men are a gift. Oh, they're great. But let me get to the rest of the super chats before we go. Let me see here. Lion, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Hey, LumLum. I hope everyone gets thrown in jail after this. I really hope this causes changes in legislation to stop this in the future. Hopefully. Doubt it. Lucian, thank you for the 20. And David the Red, I think Psalm 73 would be appropriate for this situation if you'd like to give it a look. It helped me keep my calm and temper / direct your anger. I will look that up. And Lucian, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. Let me see. Psalm 73. I forgot how long Psalm 73 was. But yeah, I remember this passage. Yeah, I remember this because I read through the Bible like 2 to 3 times when I was still active in the church. I remember that one. They definitely used a lot for the teenagers and stuff. But again, thank you for joining, everybody. I really appreciate it. Let me, because no, not. I'm gonna find somebody to raid real quick. And I will put myself right here because why not? But everybody, thank you for joining me for today. I will continue to stalk these posts, save, archive, whatever else I need to do. Because until this is over, I'm going to keep doing streams on this. Because stuff like this can't just go ignored. I know that this has blown up to insane proportions to the point where no matter what they do, there's no hiding any of this. There's no sweeping it under the rug. There's none of that. That is no longer possible for the Buffalo school system. It's live right now. Okay. You doing good work, Lumi? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I am just a single fish rat. Ratfish. Whatever. And I don't know. I do what I can. My voice may not be loud, but it's still there. And I will continue to yap until I somehow collapse. Let me see. I think I will raid out to Rima on both YouTube and Twitch because why not? We love our Rim. So good night, everybody. Thank you for joining once again. And I will see you guys. Am I gonna go live Monday? Am I on New Black Street this week? No, I'm not. I'll figure out what I'm gonna do. But anyways, good night, everybody. I love you. Bye.